Another meeting is scheduled for lawmakers to once again work to address spiking juvenile crime. When that could take place and why some lawmakers are voicing their concerns about the Department of Juvenile Services. Marilyn Mosby's perjury case now in the hands of the jury, the maximum sentence she could face.
Well, we're tracking some changes as we get closer to Veterans Day weekend. We'll be laying them all out for you from now until 10 o'clock this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, November 9th. I'm Megan Gilland. We've been on this roller coaster ride this week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, I think we're going up right now, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Megan. On the little thing, right? Because yesterday actually wasn't too bad. We had some 60s around, nice sunny skies. We got some clouds rolling in right now. You can see that from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Actually really cool with that moon that is up there. Looks like the moon has a mole if you look out toward the east as Venus is rising with the moon this morning. So overall, our temps in the 40s and 50s right now for Cockeysville and Owens Mills, 52 in Essex and Middle River out through Dundalk as well. A cool morning, warmer and a little windier for the afternoon. May get a stray shower today, but we're really tracking those rain showers for tomorrow. And you can see on your morning drive, we're going to stay dry. No issues there. Upper 40s and 50s as we get you through your morning commute. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do have continuing coverage here this morning. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year, all across Maryland. And now lawmakers in Annapolis will be meeting for a third time to address that crisis come December. This comes as yesterday's meeting left many with more questions than answers, saying the General Assembly isn't doing enough for crime victims or for young offenders. Prosecutors, police, and parents have been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime, not preventing it.
We're living in a time where, unfortunately, legislators, lawmakers,
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looking outside right now from our Towson camera, you can kind of see that rising moon and Venus as well, right under the little sign there. We do have some clouds that are rolling in as well, and it's on the, cool-ish side with temperatures right now that are hanging out in the 40s and 50s. So, yeah, grab a jacket as you head out, sunglasses. You'll still need them today, even though some of these clouds are rolling in. We'll talk about when you'll need the umbrella and how much rain we're talking about as we get closer to the weekend in a few.
Sounds good, Justin. Thank you. In your consumer news, Mayor Brandon Scott and the state's Drug Affordability Board, they are working on plans to lower the cost of prescription drugs. They laid out two strategies: cost reviews and upper payment limits.
The second thing that we're working on is something called upper payment limits. And again, this is an extremely novel and new policy. And we're developing something called the Upper Payment Limit Action Plan, which says which drugs we can set upper payment limits for, how we actually go about calculating that upper payment limit, and then how we make sure that that flows through the supply chain and gets back to the patient. And the big takeaways there is that our board made it clear that they want any savings that comes from this to go to the patients.
Well, these new cost-lowering measures will go into effect in the next year. The board is asking for community input to help determine which drugs most need a price adjustment. Many airlines are expecting record-breaking Thanksgiving travel this year. Still ahead, what you can do to save time at the airport.
It is National Family Caregivers Month, and all of us can help support them. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain how just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a strong voice from Capitol Hill. Florida Congressman Byron Donalds joining us to talk money, the budget, the Middle East crisis, the border, and the 2024 election. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. In your health headlines, November is National Family Caregivers Month. It is observed to call attention to the hard work of more than 50 million family caregivers all across the country. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how it makes a difference.
Hey there, everybody. The goal of this National Family Caregivers Month is to raise awareness of the great work provided by caregivers and to share what's needed for support.
We have our children, their spouses, and our grandchildren nearby.
Frank Kakamo is one of the lucky ones. He not only has family nearby,
My wife Jane and I live on North Campus. We've been here a little over 4 years.
but also a whole team of caregivers here at Twin Lakes of Ohio's enriching communities.
Twin Lakes provides full care, senior living, and independent living, assisted living, memory support assisted living, and full nursing care and rehabilitation services.
Caregivers in this community have socialization and supportive coworkers, but others who are sole caregivers in homes often can feel alone and in need of a respite.
We have a respite program that's offered for some of the caregivers enrolled into our program.
Vanessa Davis was able to get some of that short-term help from the Council on Aging's respite program. She also has a prayer group which lends lots of spiritual support.
Everybody's praying for everybody.
Those are critical steps to coping with caregiving, according to the council's caregiver lead, Anna Goubeau.
Most of us are not prepared for what we're dealing with.
So if you need help, it's suggested you reach out to agencies that help with care and ask about respite options.
So you have to make sure that you're taking care of your own physical, spiritual, financial, and your personal enjoyment of life. Your whole life centers around loving on that person, and therefore you forget to love yourself.
In addition to that, AARP suggests you call 211 for their resources and that of United Way. You can also share specific ways friends and family can help, from just making meals to sitting with your loved ones so you can take a break.
For those providing care to a loved one, it really is about making sure that you're not just providing the care for them, but also recognizing your own needs.
Now, we do have links online to the National Council on Aging if you'd like to learn more about how you can support a caregiver. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
It's a lot of great help out there. Liz, thank you. This year, a classic Thanksgiving feast for 10 will run you around $64, and that's 20% more than last year. But experts say that there are ways to save while making your guests feel included in the meal.
If you are hosting Thanksgiving, be open to a potluck. Have everyone contribute. Everyone's excited to show off their famous cookie recipe for dessert. And so invite people to do that.
According to the American Farm Bureau, prices on turkey are down, but almost everything else is getting more expensive. Now, for those of you who will be traveling by air for Thanksgiving this year, the TSA has some recommendations to save you some time. Let's take a look here. Reserve a parking spot ahead of time if you are leaving your vehicle somewhere. If you are getting dropped off, use the airport express trains. The TSA also suggesting getting pre-check or global entry to make the process quicker and easier. Might want to start that now. Always arrive at least 2 hours before your domestic flight and 3 hours before international travel. All of this will ensure that you make it to your destination in time for the holidays, hopefully a little smoother as well. It's 4:47 here. We are exactly 2 weeks to the day away from Thanksgiving and meteorologist Justin Chambers' birthday.
That's right. I'm excited. What is the express train? I've never heard of that around here.
I don't know. We have like the bus shuttles, I'm guessing. Is that what they mean?
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe certain airports have those.
Yeah, it must be certain airports, yeah, because I can't think about it at BWI.
Long-term A?
You can, well, you can take the MARC train, though. You know, that's something you can do. You can actually take the MARC train, can park at Martin State Airport, and then take the MARC train to BWI, you know?
That could work.
And you're only parking right there, so.
Right.
So, anyway, there you go. All right, hey, this is kind of cool. We were talking about this earlier. It looks like the moon has a little mole. You know, like a Madonna mole or a Marilyn Monroe mole. Anyway, that's Venus. And yeah, baby, you got it. That's right. It's the moon that is rising this morning. Good morning to all of you. We do have some clouds that have been rolling in the last couple of hours. Our temps are still cool, right at 50 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. You know, we should talk to Mark Jones, see about getting on that MARC train to the airport, because that is a good way to do that. All right, here's a look at our HD radar. So we're all clear right now. Our friends to the north are actually getting some snow in the northeast and in parts of New England. That is ahead of that area of low pressure. And then that cold front drapes down to the south. So this is the next weather maker for us. That's what's going to be pulling in this afternoon. And then by tomorrow, we'll see some showers rolling through as well. On your Rise and Shinecast, temperatures in the mid to upper 40s here through the next couple of hours. 6:43, your sunrise this morning, and the sun goes to bed tonight at 4:57. We got to the 60s yesterday. Today, we're right back to the 70s, mid to upper 70s at that. Some close to 80 degrees. Laurel down in the district will be about 78 in Baltimore City, which is going to at least tie potentially the record high that was set back in 1994. 73 in Cumberland, 71 down the ocean. But look at that cooler air just to the west of us and to the north as well. And that's what we're going to get back to tomorrow. And you can really see that with your temperature tracker falling right down the hill and back into the 50s for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in a below average category. We'll get some of those temps to moderate as we get toward next week. So here comes the cold front. Well, ahead of the front, we're going to see the southerly wind turn to more of a westerly wind as the front passes through this afternoon. You'll see the increasing cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two once that cold front passes. But it's really tomorrow morning that we'll be tracking some of that rain, that 6, 7 o'clock hour, even through 8 a.m. And then scattered showers through about midday on Friday. Then all of that rain is going to push out of here by Friday afternoon, and we're actually dry for Saturday and Sunday, albeit cooler. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast. Veterans Day on Saturday. So here we go. Seeing those numbers in the 70s today, but we got a lot of 50s in store for us. Ravens game, the forecast looks great on Sunday. It's just going to be quite a bit cooler, but plenty of sunshine, some great football weather. Meg?
Very nice. All right, let's see if it's very nice out on the roads. Len Stoller Traffic Network showing a live look at our traffic map here and some of the cameras around our Baltimore region. My goodness, guys, look at this. Map is green. Those camera shots look great. No issues to report in those areas. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, we were talking about train shuttles to the airport. Any good options?
Well, light rail is a great option to get to the airport. It'll get you there all the way from Hunt Valley all the way down to Glen Burnie. In between, both directions will get you there to BWI. So that's what I would recommend, Megan.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, good morning. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for the commute start. If your ride is on light rail, you'll find on-time service there to the airport or wherever you're going, and Metro Subway link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Appreciate it, Mark. Thank you.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib censured by her colleagues on Capitol Hill. I'm Gail Gaskins, and coming up, why not everyone agrees.
Lawmakers return to Annapolis in the hopes of addressing the youth crime crisis. Still ahead, the key takeaways as critics continue to demand change. It is 4:52, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to the latest in the war between Israel and Hamas. It's been about a month since Hamas attacked Israel, killing 1,400 Israelis. This is what we know about the conflict as it stands right now. Israel is in the early stages of destroying the vast tunnel network under the Gaza Strip. At least 130 tunnel entrances have been destroyed. Israeli military leaders claiming forces are now surrendering in the heart of Gaza City. The G7 nations have joined in the calls for a humanitarian pause in the war to get aid in and out. The group also condemning the October 7th attack on Israel. This as the UN Secretary General says the laws of war are being violated all around. Americans are not sure what to make of Israel's response to Hamas's brutal attack last month on whether they're going too far or not far enough in Gaza. According to a new Associated Press poll, about 40% of Americans say the response has gone too far. 38% say it's been about right, and another 18% believe Israel has not gone far enough. Israel's response has triggered massive protests.
So Hamas went into a country and brutally murdered people,
Israel
cut their throats.
Carpet bombing.
You want to talk or am I going to talk?
I'm going to talk.
Okay, well, I'm not going to listen.
Senator, you are in the committee, and you have the power to demand a ceasefire. Senator, 10,000 civilians have died already.
The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry puts the number of dead in the Strip following Israeli airstrikes at more than 10,000, a number the Associated Press reporters inside Gaza say is about right. Protesters are pressing President Joe Biden to call for a ceasefire. The House passing a bipartisan resolution, meantime censuring Rashida Tlaib over comments that she made about the Israel-Hamas war. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more from Capitol Hill.
It's one of the more serious forms of punishment for lawmakers. The House voting to censure Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. 22 members of Tlaib's own party voting with Republicans to express deep concern over her recent comments on Israel.
Representative Tlaib has repeatedly made atrocious statements against our ally Israel and in support of Hamas.
Points of alarm include Tlaib's accusations Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza when U.S. intelligence says otherwise, and her new video celebrating this chant.
This is a call for the complete destruction of Israel. It's disgusting.
In defending herself, Tlaib said her comments were aspirational.
I will not be silenced, and I will not let you distort my words. I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable.
Those opposed to the censure argue Tlaib's comments are within her constitutional rights.
The freedom to speak includes the freedom to disagree.
However, First Amendment rights are not limitless. Those who voted to censure Tlaib say her comments are not harmless and played a role in spurring the nearly 400% rise in anti-Semitism seen in America since the Israel-Hamas war broke out. The dangers of anti-Semitic rhetoric coming up during a congressional hearing Wednesday on free speech on college campuses. A Jewish student testifying to the current situation at Cornell, where authorities recently arrested a fellow student for making posts calling for the killing of all Jews at the university.
This was not just hate speech. It was a call to action and an immediate threat.
While these Jewish students testified, they were repeatedly interrupted by anti-Israel demonstrators.
Free Palestine! Anti-Zionism is not anti-Zionism!
Committee will be in war.
As authorities work to crack down on anti-Semitism, free speech advocates are fighting to ensure it doesn't come at the cost of constitutional freedoms. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. Fox 45 is partnering with Magen David Adom for Sinclair Care's humanitarian relief for Israel. The Red Cross affiliate is providing emergency medical aid for all people in Israel. To help, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to sinclaircares.com.
Lawmakers meet in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Coming up, what came out of that hours-long hearing and why some fear it won't make a difference.
And there's ongoing concerns about a lack of accountability for juvenile crime. Coming up next, we're looking into why a 12-year-old was released hours after being arrested for a violent crime.
Well, our temperatures are going to be quite a bit warmer, so maybe you want to do a cold brew today. We'll be talking about that and when we'll need that hot cup of coffee as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and get ready because our meteorologist is caffeinated.
He is. Let's bring him into the picture.
I have to apologize to my colleagues and my friends in here right now because I don't know what's going to happen with this nitro cold brew that I'm trying it for the first time, so we'll see what happens. Might be a wild ride. Might be a wild ride. All right, so just stay with us. Don't go to the other channels. Don't do that. All right, let's take a look outside right now. Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning to you. Got some of the clouds rolling in as that moon and Venus rising together this morning. Looks really cool out there. Meanwhile, overall, our temperatures statewide are in the 40s and 50s, so just a light jacket as you make your way out. We're definitely going to warm up today, so after our cool Thursday morning, a warmer and breezy afternoon, and then we are tracking those showers that are rolling in for tomorrow. So a morning drive, Mr. Bose says we're good to go. Upper 40s and into the 50s through 8 a.m. We'll have another look at your full forecast, and we'll track that rain for you as well coming up in a few. All right, early look at your commute, Tom. How we doing?
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras that we have up. Some construction zones definitely around the area, not shown in these cameras, but there are some that you need to be wary of, especially if you're heading through the tunnels this morning. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year across Maryland. Lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis.
Following the most recent hearing yesterday, many are still saying that the General Assembly isn't doing enough for crime victims or young offenders.
Count the number of times you heard stories about the victim, or where's the justice for the victim, or where's the accountability for the victim, and it wasn't very many times today.
It was stunning on a lot of levels, but it sent every message that you don't want to send to your kids.
Prosecutors, police, parents have all been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime and not preventing it. This morning, we have live team coverage about what's being done to combat juvenile violence in Maryland.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center with the concerns some have surrounding the Department of Juvenile Services. But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She has more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change across the state. Shannon.
Yeah, there was hours of discussion, Tom, but some lawmakers were still left frustrated, feeling like the issue is being downplayed and that the victims aren't being talked about enough. Now, keep in mind, this was the committee's second hearing. They will have another one next month. But since this isn't a special session, there's concern that really no change will come out of this. But despite that, lawmakers grilled those involved with juvenile services as well as police. So let's take a listen to how some of those conversations played out.
We've seen examples of prosecutors dropping not only juvenile crimes, dropping charges on juvenile crimes, but dropping charges not prosecuting violent crimes. Am I off base there? Because it seems that is a major contributor to, frankly, why we don't see a lot of these legitimate crimes come to the system.
So I don't think it's a thing of dropping the charges. It's what happens from the incident to the person going before a judge or a master. That's where we're seeing the problem. Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the rules, they're now able to reoffend. And that's what we're seeing. The same young people are being released back to the community.
Now, car thefts were also a concern that were addressed, and it is a growing problem across our state, especially in Baltimore City, where car thefts by juveniles are up 166%. In fact, a story Fox 45 News uncovered was brought up several times about an 11-year-old connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the region, but never facing charges due to the law.
Do you agree that we should be looking at a change to the law to include auto thefts, or just keep things as they are?
I think the idea that we're going to reduce auto thefts by prosecuting 11-year-olds for when it happens, I don't see the link between the two things. And to me, that feels like a real stretch. And I think just generally, the idea that the only means for accountability is through prosecuting a kid, especially at that age, I think is where our imaginations need to be greater than that.
Again, lawmakers will be back for a third time to discuss these issues in December. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, the president of Randallstown NAACP says the Department of Juvenile Services needs to make changes to better keep track of the children in its care and then hold young offenders accountable. He sent a letter to DJS calling on the agency to act quickly to protect communities.
So on one hand, we're having Marylanders being victimized. On the other hand, we're having children that are going to be graduating to more violent crime and be put in the system. This is very urgent and very serious, and I don't see that urgency.
DJS responded to the letter with a statement, writing in part, they cannot comment on individual cases. You can find that full response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, during that hearing, some pointed to policies from DJS enabling young people to take advantage of the rules in place. Just last week, 12 and 14-year-olds were arrested for assaulting a woman and trying to steal her car in Butchers Hill. They were released to their parents within 2 hours after police got a call from DJS. Former State Senator Jim Brochin says the department should be facing more questions about that call.
I sat on judicial proceedings for 14 of my 16 years in the Senate. We would have been howling right now, howling. I mean, we would have been like, this is unacceptable. We would have had a hearing and brought the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services in, okay? We all would have called for it and said, explain this, explain how he got let out, and explain the 14-year-old, and explain how this isn't going to happen again.
Brochin's comments are being backed up by parents in Baltimore who say they're struggling to control their children when the state isn't holding them accountable. Olivia Dance joins us live with their concerns as we are learning about another repeat juvenile offender who so far has faced no consequences. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old, and despite allegedly being involved in a violent crime, he has faced no consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here just hours after being arrested, and it's unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by Fox 45 News, on October 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken to DJS, and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Councilman Zeke Cohen and Councilman Mark Conway, who's chairman of the Public Safety Committee, have concerns with the lack of accountability.
Sometimes, yes, it is accountability by way of jail time. Other times it's accountability by way of resources and follow up and follow through and mentorship. But we got to make sure that those systems work. And when they're not working, we got to ask the question why.
It does a disservice to those young people when they are immediately released, because it sends the message to them that this is for play. We know that this is going to keep happening unless our young people are held to account.
And according to the documents, the City State's Attorney's Office has not yet received the boy's armed robbery case from DJS for prosecution. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Marilyn Mosby's perjury case is now in the hands of the jury. How long she could be in prison if convicted.
As Baltimore City works to get the car theft crisis under control, another problem is brewing: how car thefts could impact your insurance, even if your car is not stolen.
Our temperature's not too bad right now. We are tracking our next weather maker, and we'll be talking about rain for tomorrow morning's commute. We'll break it down for you coming up.
5:11 now. New images this morning from Israeli Defense Forces tightening their grip on Gaza City and targeting Hamas's underground infrastructure.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with what we're seeing now. Megan.
A lot coming in here this morning, guys. I want to get right to this. This is actually coming in from Israeli combat forces here. What you're here, we'll make this big so you can see. This is images. Israeli combat engineers exposing and destroying. Here, we'll watch this again. Hamas's extensive underground tunnel system here. IDF posting this video just hours ago, writing, water and oxygen storage inside the tunnels indicates Hamas's preparations for prolonged stays underground. We're told at least 130 of these entrances have been destroyed so far. We're also learning right now that thousands of Palestinians were able to flee to northern Gaza yesterday, traveling miles on foot. Taking a look at some of that video here. There are still growing calls this morning for a humanitarian pause in Israeli strikes. A war pause, guys, that could bring 3 days of relief for civilians that are trapped there. That's still being negotiated. Meantime, other negotiations happening now to release hostages is still ongoing. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where confirmation now coming in that the U.S. will be stepping up operations in the Middle East in response to a series of attacks against U.S. personnel in the region. We've got some video here now of 2 U.S. F-15 fighter jets here conducting an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria. It's used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups there. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin just issuing this statement right here. Take a look. Saying, quote, the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. We urge against any escalation. Taking you live now to Gaza. This is live just outside a hospital. What looks to be tents now set up outside here. We've been watching this for a couple of minutes now. Ambulances rushing in, a flurry of people there. We know that they have limited water, limited electricity, limited food there. So trying to help folks that are injured in this war is continuing to be a problem there. We have an eye on this situation. We're going to be bringing you the very latest as it happens right here from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Commercial vacancies on the rise. Still ahead this morning, how this could impact residential market as well.
The winter-like weather is just around the corner. Boo! How much money you could save if you turn your thermostat down just 1 degree. 5:14, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
5:17 on this Thursday morning in your consumer news. After the office-sharing giant WeWork filed for bankruptcy, there are now questions about how this could impact the commercial real estate market and you. Dee Gatton explains.
Empty office buildings. You may have noticed them on your daily drive. U.S. office vacancy rates increased in the first quarter of this year to a record 20.1%, according to commercial real estate company JLL. This after the office sharing company WeWork, once valued at roughly $47 billion at its peak, filed for bankruptcy. The concern for some now is whether this could indicate even more vacancies.
Now, those vacancies are no longer WeWork's problem, they are their former landlord's problem. So it's probably going to drive up the vacancy rate at a time when commercial landlords are already struggling to find tenants. Now, if the banks start to take a bath on their commercial real estate loans, that cascades through the system.
That means, according to real estate agent Taylor Yates, impacts could be felt even in the residential market. If you're buying a home, he says this could make it more difficult and more expensive to get a loan. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
5:18 in this holiday season, well, it's here, and that means holiday events are returning.
This weekend, the outdoor ice rink at the Avenue at White Marsh will open. The first skaters can hit the ice tomorrow night, and it will stay open through February.
And the ice rink at the Inner Harbor in Baltimore is also returning this weekend. It will open Saturday and stay open until January 15th. Also happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott, city agencies will be outlining their efforts to prepare for winter weather this upcoming snow season. That meeting is scheduled to happen at 12:30 this afternoon.
I'm not ready for those images there, all that snow. As we get closer, though, to seeing winter weather, your electric and gas bill will likely increase. BGE issued a warning to customers that they should check on their heating system now and schedule any needed maintenance. The company also says you can save about 2% on heating costs by turning your thermostat down just 1 degree. If you turn your thermostat down 10 degrees, it could save you about 10%. Luckily, though, it seems like we still have a little warm weather ahead before we get to all that cold.
If you don't turn it on at all, you're saving a lot of money. Right?
Well, you know what? I turned ours off last night because I knew it was going to be warm today. I woke up and it was 69 degrees, which is a little chillier than I want to have it in the house.
Oh, that's what we set ours. 69.
At 69?
Yeah. Especially
ours
at night.
Ours is a little above that.
Yeah. We've had ours off, I think, like since, I don't know, September. Like we're playing a game, trying to see like how long we don't need. I mean, but today it's going to be AC time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to be in the mid to upper 70s as we get into the afternoon, folks. So that's what we're looking at. And then tomorrow, yeah, we're definitely going to need that heater. We're going to need the heater on for the weekend. So I don't know, give it 1 day of a rest and then, get it all, blow off all those stuff and then get it ready to go for the weekend, which is almost here. It's Friday Eve, Veterans Day weekend, so a lot of folks may be off tomorrow for Veterans Day. Of course, is on Saturday this year. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, we are seeing some cloud cover that is hanging in right now or rolling in with those clouds. Not much wind to speak of yet. The wind is going to pick up as we head later into the afternoon. Right at 50 at BWI Thurgood Marshall, that's the current temperature. Overall, not tracking any rain, just some of those clouds rolling in. But our friends to the north and northern New England dealing with snow. So here's the winter weather if you really want it. Got to go up to these states up here. I think it's Vermont, New Hampshire, right? Aren't those the ones that move close to each other? Either way, right there in the blue is what we're seeing north of Boston, some of that wintry weather. But we've got that cold front just to the west of us. And what we're seeing with that is the warmer air tracking in, the warm front moving ahead of the cold front. That's why today will be the last warm day before all of that colder air comes in and that area of low pressure brings in some rain showers along the frontal boundary as well by tomorrow. All right, as the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep. At least a light jacket with temperatures in the upper 40s. But we're doing the onion effect today, guys, peeling back those layers, mid to upper 70s. Some areas will be in the lower 80s for the afternoon, and that is well above average. We're talking about potentially breaking some records today. 60 is typically where we are for November 9th. Nowhere near that. We're talking about mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, Ellicott City and Elkridge in the upper 70s there. Glen Burnie, Pasadena, almost 80 today. 78 for you in Annapolis this afternoon. And you can see those numbers down to the south. 81 in the district, 83 in Richmond this afternoon. And then tomorrow, we get that colder air rolling in. So the record for the day is 78 degrees, set back in 94. I think we're going to be at least tying that today and potentially breaking it. And then back to the 50s, a big drop off with those numbers, some 23 degrees cooler for your Friday. And then as we get into the weekend, we're dry, but again, we stay on the cooler side of things with highs only in the 50s. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Got to bring a jacket this weekend on the light rail, right, buddy?
Yeah, that's right. Good advice. Thank you, Justin. Good morning out there right now on the MARC train system. You'll find train number 505 and Camden train 841, both operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel in those instances, perhaps. Light rail right on time. No delays or issues. Looking good for travel there. And you'll find on Metro subway on-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The FBI settles on the location for its new world headquarters. Why the agency is leaving Washington, D.C. and coming to Maryland.
Jury deliberations begin this morning in Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains how long deliberations may take and what the timing could mean. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.526 now. Here are some of the headlines around the state.
Yeah, police are investigating a shooting at the Erdman Avenue Shopping Center right in East Baltimore. This happened just yesterday afternoon around 2:30, and police say a man was taken to the hospital. Anyone with information about the shooting, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. Family members have identified the man shot and killed by police in Southwest Baltimore Tuesday afternoon as Hunter Jessup. The family is sharing this picture of Jessup with Fox 45 News. Police say Jessup pointed a gun at officers after a chase. That's when police fired their weapons. Well, Commissioner Richard Worley says he was told multiple times to drop the weapon, and the Attorney General's office is now investigating this shooting.
The FBI's new headquarters is coming to Maryland, making the move away from its longtime base in D.C. The new complex will be near the Greenbelt Metro Station in Prince George's County. About 40% of FBI employees already live in Maryland. Congress made the decision to move because the current FBI building is falling apart. The relocation has a projected cost of about $200 million. Enjoy this warm weather while it lasts, when we can see our next chance for rain.
Car thefts are skyrocketing in the city, and that could have an impact on your wallet. Coming up, we're going to talk about a surge in insurance rates. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it will get this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast for us.
Yeah, those numbers are going way up, guys. After our lower 60s yesterday, we're going to be in the mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s that will be possible. Kind of a cool shot. My friend Mu Yi in the back actually zoomed in and got this harbor cam shot. And if you look, the moon and Venus rising basically right at the same time. It almost looks like Mr. Natty Bo kind of winking. That's kind of what I see. Maybe whatever you see, you can let us know, because it is nice and mainly clear. I've seen a few clouds out there. Grab a jacket as you head out to view the moon, or if you're just getting ready to get going this morning with upper 40s and lower 50s, your temperatures right now. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, we'll hang in the upper 40s this morning. So kind of cool. We're definitely warming up today. We're looking at a high that could be breaking records in the upper 70s. And then tomorrow and Saturday, we're right back down to the 50s, even bringing in some rain to our forecast for your Friday. Back with that full forecast. We'll track it for you coming up in just a few. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look at the traffic map and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. We are in the green, as you see at this early hour. No issues to report.
The fate of Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial is now in the hands of the jury as deliberations are set to begin this morning.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with how closing arguments unfolded from both sides and how long these deliberations could last. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, that's right. The jury is expected to return to court this morning to begin deliberations. And if convicted, Mosby faces up to 5 years in prison for each perjury charge. Fox 45 News spoke with attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with this case, about how long deliberations may take and what the timing could mean. Take a listen to what he said.
Any amount of time that is longer than, say, a day is going to be something that is definitely going to go into the favor of Ms. Mosby. If the jury deliberation stretches any length of time beyond tomorrow, I would say, in my experience, you usually say a day of deliberation for a day of trial testimony. So if we go any longer than tomorrow, though, for the simplicity of this case, I would say that's a win for the defense.
After 3 days of witness testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, the jury now has the case. Marilyn Mosby ultimately choosing not to take the stand, all while whether the jury believes Mosby's travel business had real losses remains at the heart of these charges. Going through Mosby's financial records, prosecutors say that Mosby's trips she claimed were related to her business, Mahogany Elite, were actually personal trips for Mosby. And because Mosby's travel business that she described publicly were designed to offer chances for underserved black families to travel, had no clients or expenses, prosecutors argued the business was not operational. By contrast, Mosby's defense team argues that Mosby had plans to first run a women's retreat business. Then her team says she shifted to family travel as a long-term venture during the pandemic. But based on advice from her spokesperson at the time, Mosby publicly said her businesses would not be operational while she was in office. Making one final pitch to the jury, Mosby's defense team claiming that Mosby believed her future losses from not having her travel business running during the pandemic meant that she qualified to withdraw money from her retirement account. Ultimately, prosecutors got in the last word, saying that Marilyn Mosby is guilty of perjury. But now it's up to the jury to decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News will be at the courthouse in Greenbelt in the coming days as we await a verdict. Now, be sure to download the Fox 45 News app and turn on your notifications to get any breaking developments, even when we are not on air. Now to a city in crisis. The Baltimore Police Department shares its quarterly crime update in front of Baltimore City Council.
They revealed that homicides are down 21% and non-fatal shootings down 7%. But police are concerned about a rise in auto thefts, seeing more than 9,500 so far this year. That is more than a 200% increase from the same time last year.
And the Baltimore City Council is also looking to find solutions for the ongoing car theft crisis in the city. Police saying more than 38% of those arrested in connection with these car thefts are juveniles, and many of them are arrested multiple times for that same crime. But only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and just 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility. The rest receive probation, have charges pending, or have their charges dismissed. The City Council put a spotlight on those numbers, saying change is not possible without consequences.
Baltimore City, we are failing our young people. And if we're not getting the job right, and they see that we're acting a fool, and we're not taking them seriously, they're not going to take us seriously.
We are having a crisis around young people that are committing very violent crimes, being arrested, and then not being fully held accountable.
Concerned Baltimore residents also testified, saying they fear for their safety amid the spike in teen car thefts.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy, and no one has done anything about them.
My biggest fear is being carjacked with my children in the car. And what am I supposed to do when 6 to 8 youth surround my car? What am I supposed to do? I can't fight back. What if they shoot me? What if they hurt me? What are my children supposed to do? We need to stop this and hold these kids accountable.
Well, amid fears over stolen cars in the city, Baltimore residents are also grappling with a surge in their insurance rates. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a look at the costs being passed down to the victims. Shannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Patrice, as the number of stolen cars rises in the city, so do insurance rates. So you're probably already paying a pretty hefty premium if you're lucky enough to get insured at all. On top of that, Commissioner Worley says just about 60% of the nearly 10,000 cars that have been stolen out of Baltimore this year have been recovered.
Let's take an average vehicle cost of $20,000. Right, that's $200 million worth of new vehicles purchased in Baltimore City.
So that's millions of dollars passed on to the victim, according to Hayward Howard, who's the senior vice president of Murray Dunley and Par Insurance. He says they're seeing average increases in the 10 to 12% range, and there's no expectation that increases in premiums will subside. And it's not just increased premiums. Some insurance companies are deciding not to underwrite a policy in Baltimore altogether.
As insurers decide to leave certain jurisdictions altogether, you're creating an environment that is lacking competition.
Now, companies like Progressive and State Farm are deciding not to insure cars like Hyundais and Kias in most major cities because of the rash of thefts on those vehicles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Kia America is running a software upgrade center in the Baltimore area this weekend. The company will help install security software at Arundel Mills Mall tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, all 3 days from 8 until 6. Now, Kia says the anti-theft software has already been installed in nearly 1 million vehicles across the country, and the entire process takes about half an hour. Lawmakers returning to Annapolis in the hopes of solving the youth crime crisis, topping our next half hour. The key takeaways as critics continue to demand change.
After 118 days on the picket lines, the SAG-AFTRA union and studios have reached a tentative agreement. Still ahead from our live center, when actors could get back to work.
It's November 9th, but we have a warm day ahead of us. Still to come, what you can expect for your Ravens forecast. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
We're 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve. We've got some clouds that are kind of rolling in right now. And as we head toward the afternoon, you'll still need the sunglasses for the most part, but we'll have more of that cloud cover kind of moving in as well. Not necessarily a need for the umbrella yet today. May see a stray shower, but really it's tomorrow that rain is going to be impacting all of us as we head toward the weekend. We're going to be close to, or if not breaking records today, upper 70s is what we're talking about. You can see in your day planner, we'll get to the 60s by 9 a.m. and then steadily getting those numbers up there for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through the rain and talk about also how much cooler it gets for Veterans Day weekend.
5:42, and we have some breaking news. Hollywood's Actors Union reaches a tentative deal with studios, ending a strike that has clobbered the U.S. entertainment industry for months now.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center. We all want to know when our favorite shows are coming back, Megan.
Exactly. We're taking you live to Hollywood, guys, where this 118-day soap opera appears to be getting ready to exit stage left.
It's a seminal deal, and it's just an amazing time for our union. It really is.
The SAG-AFTRA strike ending at 12:01 this morning, according to union officials who say this tentative agreement will, quote, enable SAG-AFTRA members from every category to build sustainable careers. The happy ending isn't secured yet, though. It still needs to be ratified before it becomes official. But assuming that this pact gets the green light, guys, we are told production of our favorite shows could resume in January. It's been a long time coming. If you remember, the actors walked off the set July 14th with numerous complaints toward the Hollywood brass, including the use of artificial intelligence. Again, a tentative deal now reached early this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Many airlines are expecting a record-breaking Thanksgiving travel period this year. Still ahead, what you can do to save time when you're at the airport.
This year's Thanksgiving feast could come with a hefty price tag. After the break, the simple ways you can trim the cost of your Thanksgiving dinner. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 546 this year, a classic Thanksgiving feast for 10 will run you about $64, which is 20% more than it cost you last year. But experts say there are ways to save while making your guests feel included in the meal.
If you are hosting Thanksgiving, be open to a potluck. Have everyone contribute. Everyone's excited to show off their famous cookie recipe for dessert. And so invite people to do that.
According to the American Farm Bureau, prices on turkeys are down, but almost everything else is getting more expensive.
For those of you who will be traveling by air this Thanksgiving, well, the TSA has some recommendations to save you some time. Reserve a parking spot ahead of time if you're leaving your vehicle. If you're getting dropped off, use the airport express trains. The TSA also suggests getting TSA pre-check or global entry to make the process quicker and easier. Always arrive at least 2 hours before your domestic flight, 3 hours before your international travel. All this will ensure that you make it home in time for the holidays.
We were talking about this in the last hour that, it's pretty easy because you have the light rail where literally, like I'm in Hunt Valley or anywhere in the city, you can jump on, go right to BWI. So you don't even have to park down there. That maybe is something else to think about with as busy as we know it's going to be come 2 weeks from Wednesday.
Good point.
Busiest travel day of the year, typically. Ooh. Yeah, cool shot right there. M&T Bank Stadium. Boys are going to be back at it. That defense, man, whoo, and offense as well, is going to be playing the Cleveland Browns this Sunday. You can watch that game right here on FOX45, your Baltimore Ravens, and I'll have a look at what we're looking at for game time weather in just a few minutes. 50 degrees is your current temperature at BWI. Not much wind to speak of. The wind is going to pick up a little bit later today. Overall, our HD radar is quiet here, but getting some snow for our friends in the northern New England region. We've got warmer air that is going to be surging up from the south. This is the warm front that I talked about yesterday. All of that coming ahead of our next weather maker, which is that cold front draped across the Ohio River Valley. That's going to be moving in as we head toward the afternoon and evening, and then behind that, we'll get the cooler temperatures and the rain showers as well. On your Rise and Shine cast, enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us. Next few hours, upper 40s and low to mid 50s. Sun comes up at 6:43 this morning. And on your MetroCast day planner, right about 54 in the 8 o'clock hour if you're hanging out there at Fed Hill, Cross Street Market. 74 by noon. It's November 9th. What? Yeah. Mid to upper 70s, and even some of us sneaking into the lower 80s for the afternoon today. So probably breaking some records as well. Typically, we're about 60 degrees this time of year, and we hit 63 yesterday. We're going to be in the mid to upper 70s from the eastern shore across the Chesapeake into Baltimore City at 79, also 79 in Laurel today. Now, you can see on our high temperature map across the country, this is where the warm air is in the mid-Atlantic and the southeast, because it's already cooler back behind that for today. It was in the 80s yesterday in Nashville, only 69 today, 59 in St. Louis. So if you're traveling to those parts of the country, just know, got to bring that jacket. Now, we're all going to need the jackets tomorrow after this cold front passes through, tracking some possible shower activity today, but really it's the rain tomorrow morning. This is the second half of your commute on Friday morning, and then through about midday, we'll keep those showers around on Friday. By the afternoon and evening, most of that rain's going to move out of here, and we are drier for the weekend. Holiday countdown update, 2 days until Veterans Day. 2 weeks from today is Thanksgiving, and 6 weeks from today, the winter solstice. So that's Steve, the dancing snowman right there doing his little thing. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, guys. So after today, a big temperature drop. You got to be ready for it. 57 tomorrow. That's it. Upper 50s on Saturday. And look at the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. The forecast, we're going to drop to the lower 50s. So plenty of sunshine, great fall football weather, but cooler for sure with highs only in the 50s. We'll be a little bit warmer toward the middle of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and a live look of some of the cameras around the Baltimore region as traffic is moving without any issue. Volume's starting to pick up slowly here at 550, but no major issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Thursday morning, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay and Brunswick Train 870, presently running about 15 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on light rail, right on time. On-time service from end to end, and Metro looking good for the commute in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Donald Trump's top Republican opponents for 2024 face off on the debate stage in Miami. I'm Kayla Gaskins. Coming up, will this help any of the contenders close the gap?
And the problem is, this is why it's so frustrating for police officers, is the police, it's the only arm of the government people see in many neighborhoods in the city, or in any city. And they call them for everything and think they can solve any problem, and they can't.
Parents are calling on police to help discipline their children, while a former Baltimore police commissioner says police can't do much to help. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all.
.54 on this Thursday morning to your election 2024 coverage. 5 GOP presidential hopefuls took the stage for the third debate in Miami.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us with their attempts to sway the party support in their favor.
The candidates kicking off the debate making the point they're the one who can lead the Republican Party to victory, not former President Donald Trump.
He said Republicans were going to get tired of winning. Well, we saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing.
Now I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers.
The pro-life movement took especially hard hits during this week's state and local elections, most of the candidates tiptoeing around whether they'd sign a federal ban.
When it comes to the federal law, which is what's being debated here, be honest, it's going to take 60 Senate votes, a majority of the House, and a president to sign it. So no, we haven't had 60 Senate votes in over 100 years.
Former President Donald Trump far ahead of his Republican opponents in the polls, opting to skip out on the debate, as he did for the first two, holding a competing rally 12 miles away.
In the primary, we're leading the field with an average of 61% for Trump
And you have about, what, 7 or 8 candidates left? I think they're at a debate tonight. Nobody's talking about it.
Back on the debate stage, candidates standing in near universal support of Israel.
America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time, to preserve the state of Israel.
Addressing how they would handle rising anti-Semitism across the country, especially on college campuses.
Any campus that allows for anti-Semitism and hate, you should lose your federal funding today, period.
Also talked about Wednesday evening, the economy, the national debt, the border crisis, and whether they'd send more money to Ukraine.
And the one question everyone will be asking going forward is whether Trump's seemingly clear path to the Republican nomination will be slowed down at all. If, as expected, the dynamic doesn't change, Trump's opponents will, though, have another chance at the next debate 4 weeks from now in Alabama. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Well, in particular, tensions flared over abortion policies during the debate.
Speaking as a man, they say men have trouble speaking on this issue. I don't think we need to be that way.
Abortion was a key issue driving Democratic wins in Tuesday's elections. And while addressing the results, Chris Christie says the procedure's legality should be left to individual states to decide. Senator Tim Scott challenged Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis to support a 15-week national abortion ban. And Haley acknowledged that a federal ban has little chance of passing Congress.
So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president can ban these state laws. So let's find consensus. Let's agree on how we can ban late-term abortions.
As a result from Tuesday's elections, abortion rights supporters won an Ohio ballot measure, and the Democratic governor of Kentucky held on to his office by campaigning on reproductive rights. Democrats also took full control of the Virginia State House, blocking Republicans from passing new abortion restrictions.
The recent GOP debate is the first since Hamas attacked Israel last month. And despite their differences, the candidates all shared the same message for Israel.
I would tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border.
Finish the job once and for all.
Wipe Hamas off of the map.
Finish them. Finish them.
You must go in and make sure that Hamas can never do this again.
Most of the candidates avoided answering whether they would go as far as to attack Iran. Instead, they focused their attention on the American universities, issuing a warning against anti-Semitism and threatening to withhold federal funds from institutions voicing support for Palestine. Only Ramaswamy suggested that censorship would make the situation worse.
As Republican presidential hopefuls faced off in Miami, the frontrunner for the nomination went to a rally nearby. Former President Donald Trump joined by Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, his former White House press secretary.
I am so proud to endorse my former boss, my friend, and everybody's favorite president, Donald J. Trump.
Trump is courting Hispanic voters in Hialeah. According to recent census numbers, the city is mostly Cuban or Cuban American, with more than 95% of residents identifying as Hispanic or Latino. The rally was held only about a half hour away from where the third GOP primary debate took place.
Lawmakers meet in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Coming up, what came out of the hearing and why some fear it won't make a difference.
There's ongoing concerns about a lack of accountability for juvenile crime. Coming up next, we're looking into why a 12-year-old was released hours after being arrested for a violent crime.
Right now, leaders from around the world taking part in a Gaza aid conference. You are seeing it happen live there behind me. The war pause they're negotiating, plus the overnight Israeli attacks on Hamas's underground tunnel system. That's straight ahead from our live center.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's got a lot to talk about in this forecast.
Yeah, talking about temperatures that are going to be quite a bit warmer today. Not those 60s that we saw yesterday. We get at least one more day in the 70s. Got a lot of cloud cover that is rolling in right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, setting us up for our changing weather pattern. 42 in Cumberland, but look at that temperature in Oakland at 61, 42 in Hagerstown, 48 in Baltimore City right now, and 49 in Bel Air. A cool Thursday morning leading to a warm and breezy afternoon. Tracking a few showers possibly today, but really that rain is rolling in tomorrow. So on your morning drive, numbers looking like this, low to mid 50s next couple of hours, nothing to get in your way. Again, later this afternoon, and again tomorrow morning, a little bit different on your commute with that rain that's on the way. And we'll take a closer look at all of that in just a few.
6:01 now. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year across Maryland, and lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis.
Following the most recent hearing just yesterday, many are saying the General Assembly is not doing enough for crime victims or young offenders.
Count the number of times you heard stories about the victim, or where's the justice for the victim, or where's the accountability for the victim, and it wasn't very many times today.
It was stunning on a lot of levels, but it sent every message that you don't want to send to your kids.
Now, prosecutors, police, parents have been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime, not preventing it. This morning, we have live team coverage about what's being done to combat the juvenile violence in Maryland.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center with the concerns that some have surrounding the Department of Juvenile Services. But we begin with Shannon Lilly, and she has more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change from across the state. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Patrice, there was hours of discussion, but some lawmakers are still feeling frustrated, feeling like the victims were not talked about enough and the issue as a whole was downplayed. Now, keep in mind, this is the committee's second hearing and they will have another one next month. But since this isn't a special session, the concern is that no real change can come out of this. But despite that, lawmakers grilled those associated with juvenile services as well as police. So let's take a listen to how some of those conversations played out.
We've seen examples of prosecutors dropping not only juvenile crimes, dropping charges on juvenile crimes, but dropping charges not prosecuting violent crimes. Am I off base there? Because it seems that that is a major contributor to, frankly, why we don't see a lot of these legitimate crimes come to the system.
So I don't think it's a thing of dropping the charges. It's what happens from the incident to the person going before a judge or a master. That's where we're seeing the problem. Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the rules, they're now able to reoffend. And that's what we're seeing. The same young people are being released back to the community.
Now, car thefts were also a concern that were addressed. It's a growing problem across our state, especially in Baltimore City, where car thefts by juveniles are up 166%. In fact, a story Fox 45 News uncovered was brought up several times about an 11-year-old connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the region, but never facing charges due to the law.
Do you agree that we should be looking at a change to the law to include auto thefts, or just keep things as they are?
I think the idea that we're going to reduce auto thefts by prosecuting 11-year-olds for when it happens, I don't see the link between the two things. And to me, that feels like a real stretch. And I think just generally, the idea that the only means for accountability is through prosecuting a kid, especially at that age, I think is where our imaginations need to be greater than that.
Again, lawmakers will be back to discuss these issues in Annapolis for a third time in December. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. During the hearing, some pointed to policies from DJS enabling young people to take advantage of the rules that are in place. In fact, just last week, 12 and 14-year-olds, they were arrested right here. You can see one hitting this woman for assaulting her and then trying to steal her car in Butchers Hill. They got the keys. They just didn't know how to drive a stick. They were released to their parents within 2 hours after police got a call from DJS.
Former state senator Jim Brochin says the department should be facing more questions about that call. Olivia Dance joins us live with their concerns as we are learning about another repeat juvenile offender who has so far faced no consequences. Olivia.
Patrice, the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old, and despite being allegedly involved in a violent crime, he has faced no consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here just hours after he was arrested, and it's unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by FOX45 News, on November 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken to DJS and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Councilman Zeke Cohen and Councilman Mark Conway, chairman of the Public Safety Committee, have concerns with the lack of accountability.
Sometimes, yes, it is accountability by way of jail time. Other times it's accountability by way of resources and follow up and follow through and mentorship. But we got to make sure that those systems work. And when they're not working, we got to ask the question why.
It does a disservice to those young people when they are immediately released, because it sends the message to them that this is for play. We know that this is going to keep happening unless our young people are held to account.
According to the documents, the City State's Attorney's Office has not yet received the 12-year-old's armed robbery case from DJS for prosecution. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the General Assembly has the best interest of voters or criminals in mind? So far, 98% of those who have voted responded criminals. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The fate of Marilyn Mosby's federal trial is in the hands of the jury. Topping our next half hour, the arguments they'll have to consider.
I was a victim once with my car being stolen. I was a victim with the insurance company.
Yeah, thousands in Baltimore City have had their vehicles stolen, and now they're dealing with another problem. Still ahead, the spiking insurance rates for drivers.
Real nice start to our Thursday morning. We're going to be heating up this afternoon. We'll talk about how warm we get and how long the warm temps stick around.
Real nice start for the weather. Real nice start for your commute. Taking a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the area here. And right now, no major incidents to report. 6:08 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. right like this.
6:11 now. This morning, we have new images from Israeli Defense Forces who are tightening their grip on Gaza City and targeting Hamas's underground infrastructure.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing now. Megan.
Yeah, this just coming in. Take a look at this. I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen so you can see this new video just coming in here. This is from Israeli combat engineers. They are exposing and destroying Hamas's extensive underground tunnel system that you see there. IDF actually posting this just hours ago on X, writing water and oxygen storage inside the tunnels indicates Hamas's preparations for prolonged stays underground. We are told about 130 of these entrances have now been destroyed so far. We're also learning right now that thousands of Palestinians were able to flee to northern Gaza yesterday, traveling miles on foot. You're taking a look at images from that right here. There are still growing calls this morning for a humanitarian pause in Israeli strikes, a war pause that could bring 3 days of relief for civilians that are trapped there. Those negotiations, guys, underway as we speak. We are taking you live right here to Paris as leaders from Western and Arab nations, the United Nations, and even non-governmental organizations. They are all there taking part in a Gaza aid conference. France's president, he's back up at the podium there. He opened things up just about 30 minutes ago, saying that all lives have equal worth. Let's go ahead and take you live now to Capitol Hill this morning, where we are getting confirmation that the U.S. will be stepping up operations in the Middle East in response to a series of attacks against U.S. personnel in that region. You're taking a look at video here now of 2 U.S. F-15 fighter jets conducting an airstrike on a weapons storage facility. This is in eastern Syria. It is used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin just issuing this statement. He says, quote, the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. We urge against any escalation. Taking you live now to Gaza here. This image kind of painting a picture of what they're dealing with. Crumbled buildings right there that you can barely see through the heavy smoke there from explosions. We are closely watching this situation. We will bring you the very latest as it happens right here from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Project Baltimore has been investigating broken laws inside Baltimore City Public Schools for years now. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, a look at what taxpayer dollars, your taxpayer dollars, are funding.
I feel bad. The parents, I applaud them for actually trying to control their kids if they're behaving badly, they're engaged in criminality.
Juvenile crime remains at a crisis point, and now frustrated parents are looking to police for help after the break. A former police commissioner weighs in on what police can do moving forward. 6:14, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Frustration as parents are calling police to help discipline their children as youth crime remains a top issue in Baltimore City. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Parents and guardians telling FOX45 they call police to say that their children are out of control and that the matter's only going to get worse, but they're not getting help from juvenile services. What are police supposed to do at that point?
Not much they can really do. I mean, I feel bad for the parents. I applaud them for actually trying to control their kids if they're behaving badly, they're engaged in criminality. But there's very little the police can do unless they're breaking the law. They have to do something, the police authority, to actually intervene. And most times it's probably not their jurisdiction.
And the only thing to do, it's similar to other complaints that people have when they say an ex-boyfriend or something is going wrong. You have to be able to press charges.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to. I mean, it's funny. In those cases, it's usually easier. In domestic cases where an ex-boyfriend is stalking or harassing in any way, we're so sensitive to that we actually put those, a lot of those must-arrest situations. With families like this, with children and parents, where you don't have things in place.
We've seen it, though, with multiple different stories here where parents say, I called the police saying that he was escalating, it was getting worse, he doesn't listen. Or even some parents saying they were on house arrest and still go out and will be committing crimes. If that's the case, though, and they do call police because they're not getting something, what is the police response? Would they actually tell them? Say, sorry, there's nothing we can do?
Well, they have to call juvenile services. If they're on probation of some sort, you have to get the proper agency. And this is a big problem. I mean, the police can intervene in a case like this if it's a domestic situation where the kids are assaulting the parents, things like that. Then it's clear. But when it's not, they're not listening to the parents. They're violating their either house arrest bracelets, things like that. That's for the agency involved. And the problem is, this way it's so frustrating for police officers, is the police, it's the only arm of the government people see in many neighborhoods in this city, or in any city. And they call them for everything and think they can solve any problem, and they can't. They're kind of like the catch-all for every problem we have when other agencies kind of drop the ball. And it's just a frustration for the police.
Frustration there, and then we're also seeing lots of stories where we see victims are being told after they were either beaten because their car was trying to be stolen or was stolen, that the kids that were involved under the age of 18, sometimes even 12 years old, were released to their parents a couple hours later and are back out doing the same thing a few hours later.
Oh, particularly with car theft. You hear it all the time. And I heard the mayor speaking about it, his frustration with it, where guys were arrested, the same kids were arrested multiple times for car theft, carjackings, things like that. And they're truly right back out. And you wonder why the system, just fails, and why the police are frustrated now, because they're still risking their lives to do this. And if you're not going to take it seriously, why are we doing this? Why are you even putting us in this position?
We'll leave it right there. Ed Norris, thank you.
Thanks.
You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
6:20 now. As we get closer to seeing winter weather, your electric and gas bill will likely increase. BGE issued a warning to customers that they should check on their heating system now and schedule any needed maintenance. The company also says you can save about 2% on heating costs by turning your thermostat down just 1 degree. If you turn your thermostat down 10 degrees, you won't freeze. You'll save about 10%. Luckily, though, we're still enjoying some warm weather before the cold hits, and we have to start thinking about that. But there you go. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. What are you doing? Are you turning it down?
We got to put an R on that thing. It says winty. We got to put an R on there, on that full screen.
Winty.
Yeah, it's winter. But let me tell you guys.
Well, feel like winty if you drop 10 degrees.
Right, but look what I'm doing.
Fishing.
Are you reeling it in?
I'm rolling it back. Remember how I said, it's going to be all the stuff? Not looking that way now.
Oh, as far as the whole winter?
As far as the whole winter, yeah.
Oh, Justin, you're my favorite. You want a pumpkin spice latte?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you one.
All right. Order it up on the app. Our Towson cam, good morning to all of you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Yes, some of the long-range models do look like we're going to have above average temperature-wise, below average precipitation as some of the new climate models have come out for December, January, February. We're overdue for a big winter, but it's been warmer so many years in the last couple of years. So we'll see what happens, obviously, but we'll obviously be prepared for that. And before that all happens, we're going to have temps in the upper 70s today. So 48 right now. We're going to add about 30 degrees to our high temp later this afternoon with that west and southwesterly wind picking up. where folks are seeing snow, well, northern New England getting hit with a pretty decent snowstorm right there in parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. That's where that cooler air resides. We've got the warmer air. This is the warm front. It was kind of a stalled out front to the south of us yesterday. That's going to be tracking to the north, and you can see all that warmer air ahead of that next cold front, which is our next weather maker. And that's going to bring the cooler temperatures and the chance for some rain for tomorrow. On your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those temperatures are going to stay in the 50s this morning for the kiddos. Make sure they've got at least a jacket, but shedding those layers like a snake or like a bloomin' onion. We're looking at upper 70s into the later part of the afternoon. Some of us even sneaking into the lower 80s. So golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. Yeah, not bad at all. 60 by 9 a.m. Remember, that's the average high for this time of year. We're going to be well past that by noon into the mid to upper 70s as we take you into the afternoon across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Look at these numbers. I mean, 79 in Baltimore City, 77 Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, mid 70s for Reisterstown out through Catonsville as well. And numbers for you in Harford and Cecil counties in those mid to upper 70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen, up into Perryman, northeast at 74 for your high today. And up and down the 95 corridor, yeah, some lower 80s in D.C. down through Richmond. A little cooler to the north in Harrisburg and Pennsylvania. And Harrisburg and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But yeah, look at those cooler temperatures that are just to the west of us. So that's what we're going to see as we head into tomorrow. And look at this big temperature drop. The record for the day is 78 today, so should blow past that, possibly even into the lower 80s. We'll only get to the upper 50s tomorrow. We do have some showers that are going to roll in. And then Veterans Day on Saturday will be in the upper 50s. But notice the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, that forecast, we're talking lower 50s for highs. It will be sunny and dry, however, a little bit on the cooler side for your tailgating on Sunday morning. And if you're not heading out to the game, of course, you can watch it right here this weekend on Fox 45. Let's check in now with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden train 845. Be aware of that and perhaps allow a little extra time there. Light rail operating with a 15-minute delay in both directions of that service. Allow time for travel there to Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. In observance of the Veterans Day holiday tomorrow, local bus, light rail, and Metro Subway will operate on regular weekday schedules. MARC train, however, will operate on an R schedule on all 3 lines tomorrow. Only trains with an R on the MARC schedule will operate tomorrow, Friday. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The Ravens defense is looking better than ever. Still ahead, why the team believes they're still not getting the respect they deserve.
Jury deliberations begin this morning in Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains how long the deliberations may take and what the timing could mean. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
627. This year, a classic Thanksgiving feast for 10 people will run you about $64.
Now, that's 20% more than last year, which was also higher. But experts say there are ways to save while making your guests feel included within the meal.
If you are hosting Thanksgiving, be open to a potluck. Have everyone contribute. Everyone's excited to show off their famous cookie recipe for dessert. And so invite people to do that.
According to the American Farm Bureau, prices on turkeys are down, but almost everything else is getting more expensive.
A warmer day ahead with temperatures back up into the 70s. How long this warm up is going to last?
Car thefts are skyrocketing in the city, and that could have an impact on your wallet. Coming up, we'll talk about a surge in insurance rates. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 6:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Now I want turkey, but we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about, instead of turkey, it's almost like burgers and barbecue, right? In the summertime.
Why not?
Turkey burgers.
Roll the grill out today. Let's do that for sure, because we are going to be talking about a warmer afternoon. Getting close to watching the sunrise here in just a little bit, about 10 minutes or so from right now, from our Mile 1 Auto Group in Towson. We had some clouds that rolled in overnight, but we are looking at some also partial clearing right now. We're in the upper 40s and lower 50s as you get outside. Rosedale 45, Essex Middle River right about 51, 48 your temp in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive in terms of the weather. Low to mid 50s here for the next few hours. Not much to get in your way. And yeah, we're going to top out close to 80 degrees today. The record is 78. So pretty sure we're going to pass that. And then look at that big drop tomorrow. Only mid to upper 50s. The rain, the clouds, it's all coming in tomorrow. And then we keep those those temps in the 50s for this upcoming weekend. We'll take a closer look at that Veterans Day weekend as well as the Ravens game day forecast coming up in just a few. How are we looking on the roads, Patrice?
Not so good right now. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and taking a look at 895 north of US 40. There is an accident involving two vehicles. You see the flashing lights there. Two southbound lanes are closed. The traffic moving very slowly, a bit stop and go because of the emergency vehicles trying to get through the traffic, trying to take care of what's happening out there. So you can see this backup as you're going through that area. So if that is your normal route, you might want to find an alternate. 6:33 now. The fate of Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial is now in the hands of a jury as deliberations are set to begin this morning.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with how closing arguments unfolded from both sides and how long deliberations could last. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, that's right. The jury is expected to return to court this morning to start deliberations. And if convicted, Mosby faces up to 5 years in prison for each perjury charge. Fox 45 News spoke with attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, about how long deliberations may take and what the timing could mean. Take a listen.
Any amount of time that is longer than, say, a day is going to be something that is definitely going to go into the favor of Miss Mosby. If the jury deliberation stretches any length of time beyond tomorrow, I would say, in my experience, you usually say a day of deliberation for a day of trial testimony. So if we go any longer than tomorrow, though, for the simplicity of this case, I would say that's a win for the defense.
After 3 days of witness testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, the jury now has the case. Marilyn Mosby ultimately choosing not to take the stand, all while whether the jury believes Mosby's travel business had real losses remains at the heart of these charges. Going through Mosby's financial records, prosecutors say Mosby's trips she claimed were related to her business, Mahogany Elite, were actually personal trips for Miss Mosby. And because Mosby's travel business that she described publicly were designed to offer chances for underserved black families to travel, had no clients or expenses, prosecutors argued the business was not operational. By contrast, Mosby's defense team argues that Mosby had plans to first run a women's retreat business. Then her team says she shifted to family travel as a long-term venture during the pandemic. But based on advice from her spokesperson at the time, Mosby publicly said her businesses would not be operational while she was in office. Making one final pitch to the jury, Mosby's defense team claiming Mosby believed her future losses from not having her travel business running during the pandemic meant that she qualified to withdraw money from her retirement account. Ultimately, prosecutors got in the last word, saying that Marilyn Mosby is guilty of perjury. But of course, now it's up to the jury to decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now to a city in crisis. Baltimore Police Department sharing its quarterly crime update in front of Baltimore City Council.
They revealed that homicides are down 21% and non-fatal shootings down 7%. But police are concerned about a rise in auto theft, seeing more than 9,500 so far this year. That is more than a 200% increase from this same time last year.
The Baltimore City Council is also looking to find solutions for the ongoing car theft crisis in the city. Police say more than 38% of those who are arrested in connection to car thefts are juveniles, and many of them are arrested multiple times for the same crime. But only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and just 5% end up serving time at a DJS facility. The rest receive probation, have their charges pending, or have their charges dismissed.
Amid fears over stolen cars in the city, Baltimore residents are also grappling with a surge in their insurance rates. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the costs being passed down to victims. Shannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Patrice, as the number of stolen cars rises in Baltimore City, so do insurance rates. So you're probably paying a hefty premium if you're lucky enough to get insured at all. Now, on top of that, Commissioner Worley says only about 60% of the nearly 10,000 cars stolen in the city have been recovered so far this year.
Let's take an average vehicle cost of $20,000. Right, that's $200 million worth of new vehicles purchased in Baltimore City.
So that's That's millions of dollars passed on to the victim, according to Hayward Howard, who is the senior vice president of Murray, Dunley and Parr Insurance. And he says they're seeing average increases in the 10 to 12% range, and there's no expectation that increases in premiums will subside. And it's not just increased premiums. Some insurance companies are deciding not to underwrite a policy in Baltimore altogether.
As insurers decide to leave certain jurisdictions altogether, you're creating an environment that is lacking competition.
Companies like Progressive and State Farm are no longer insuring Hyundais and Kias in most major cities because of the rash of thefts on those kinds of vehicles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Lights, camera, action. Coming back to Hollywood as we take you there live. The tentative deal just reached early this morning and when our shows could be returning.
It's especially troubling because these are young people. We've gotten to a point where folks are afraid of kids.
Frustration from leaders at the city and state level as we learn of another juvenile repeat offender. The next step for lawmakers ahead of the next legislative session.
We start with some breaking news. Hollywood Actors Union reaches a tentative deal with studios, ending a strike that has just clobbered the U.S. entertainment industry for months now.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in the Live Center with when our favorite shows could be returning, Megan.
That's what everyone cares about, guys. We are taking you live to Hollywood here this morning where this 118-day soap opera, as it seems, is appearing to be ready to exit stage left.
It's a seminal deal, and it's just an amazing time for our union. It really is.
The SAG-AFTRA strike ending at 12:01 this morning, according to union officials who say this tentative agreement will, quote, enable SAG-AFTRA members from every category to build sustainable careers. The happy ending isn't secured yet, though. It still needs to be ratified before it becomes official. But, guys, assuming that this pact gets the green light here, we are told production of our favorite shows could resume in January. And it's been a long time coming. If you remember, the actors walked off the set July 14th with numerous complaints toward the Hollywood brass, including the use of artificial intelligence. Again, a tentative deal reached early this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Another hearing is on the schedule to address the youth crime crisis. In her 7 o'clock hour, the state's efforts to hold kids accountable, and a new mission for the FBI and moving its headquarters to Maryland. Just ahead, why the Bureau is moving from Washington, D.C. to Greenbelt. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Well, now let's take a look. 6:45 here on this Thursday morning to your morning rush. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year across Maryland, and lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change that happened all across the state, and that happened just last night. Shannon?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. There was a lot of discussion, but as far as real change coming out of these hearings, we may not get that or see that, really. Remember, this isn't a special session. And on top of that, some lawmakers left feeling frustrated, feeling like the issue of juvenile crime is being downplayed in a way. As for what we saw discussed, certainly the issue or trend that we've seen of young people not being held accountable, being arrested sometimes and then re-released back out on the streets to commit crimes. We also heard about the growing number of car thefts, and oftentimes juveniles are behind that. And so coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at that discussion, and I'll walk you through it. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. This morning, we are hearing ongoing concerns about a lack of accountability for juvenile crime. Olivia Dance joining us live with the concerns as we are learning about another repeat juvenile offender. And Olivia, this one also has not faced any consequences.
Yeah, Patrice, that's right. And the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old. And despite allegedly being involved in a violent crime, as you mentioned, he has not faced any consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here just hours after being arrested. It's unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by FOX45 News, on November 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken here to DJS and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll hear from city council members who have concerns about a lack of accountability in this case. Back to you.
All right, 6:47 is the time. Are you hearing the word snow being tossed around the studio?
It's the S word has been thrown around here quite some time. Megan started it, and then Justin got in on it.
So what's the deal, Justin?
Well, we have a huge snowstorm that's going on at Fed Hill right now, so we're weather alert for that. What? No. It's beautiful right now in Fed Hill. Look at that shot right there. Sun coming up as we speak. And guys, we're talking about 70s today, so keep all that snow gear stowed away for a little while.
See what you did there. Stowed away.
Look at that.
They took it a little quick, but that's okay. Either way, yes, this is Stowe, Vermont, and that's what it looks like right now. Great skiing up there. My brother loves skiing up there. He loves to go to Stowe. It's funny to have these mounds that y'all have out here in the Appalachians. Remember, I'm from the West, so we got real mountains out there. But, whatever. It's all good. Have you been to Stowe? Have you guys been there before? This is the radar picture, and you can see all of the snow in Vermont and New Hampshire. Then just to the south of that pink is kind of that wintry mix that we do not like. But the snow, very pretty. From Burlington over there in northern Vermont into New Hampshire, all the way down to parts of Maine. That's the colder air, while we are enjoying the warmer air. There's that warm front right there that's surging in from the south and the southwest ahead of our next weather maker, which is a cold front. That's going to drop our temperatures significantly as we head into the weekend. Not snow weather, but definitely a lot colder. As you enjoy your breakfast this morning, Rise and Shine cast, French toast maybe with a powdered sugar, feeling like snow. And it's National Scrapple Day too, by the way. I still don't really know what it is. I think I've had it, but I'm not sure. I know people like it out here, but either way, it's Scrapple Day, so Scrapple is the day. 66 your 10 o'clock temperature here in Owings Mills. That's going to be above average for our afternoon highs, and we're going to be close to 80 for a lot of us as we head into the later part of the afternoon. Most of us in the mid to upper 70s, even happy hour time on a Thursday. We're talking about temperatures still in the mid 70s. We talked about it earlier, throwing that grill back out there and rolling that out for the afternoon. Almost 80 in Laurel and Baltimore today, 76 in Annapolis, mid to upper 70s for you, my friends on the eastern shore over through Rock Hall and down into Chestertown, Stevensville at 74. Now, this is the big temperature drop we're talking about. So we're going to go drop down below the average line. So we're talking about 50s for Friday and Saturday. Sunday looks to be the coldest day of the next 7, and that's our Ravens Day, the home game, next home game for your Baltimore Ravens. So here comes the future scan. We are going to see this cold front roll in. We'll have some cloud cover with it. May see a stray shower today, but really tomorrow is the day we'll get the rain. That's going to be tomorrow morning, so a little wet for the second half of our commute. And then through midday, we'll keep some of those showers around. Not a big drought-busting rain, but enough rain to at least change the weather pattern up a bit and get us to those colder numbers. Veterans Day, upper 50s, sunny but cooler. And then look at that on Sunday afternoon. If you're at M&T Bank Stadium, we're talking about only 53 for the highs. So it'll be cool as you're tailgating on Sunday morning.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and really one issue to report. You can see it right here. You see the traffic on the bottom camera there, right at Moravia Road. It looks like you're just sitting in a parking lot. You are going to slowly move because one lane is getting by, and that's 895, and we're talking about southbound lanes, and that's right at Lombard Street, where there's 2 vehicles involved, and you can see the emergency crews there. At certain points, they were closing down all lanes to get some emergency crews in there. An ambulance came through just a couple of minutes ago, so now looks like that one lane is backed up, is back open, and the backup is going for miles. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist as the sun is coming up in the area of 83 southbound here, and looks like maybe coming up on looks like Timonium area there, I believe, if he's heading south on 83. So, yeah, not too bad. Nice morning start for you here, too. Actually, he's just getting on the JFX right there. I was way off. That's not even close. Now he's in Baltimore. My goodness, I had him miles north of there. All right.
Came out the window. All right, well, when you're driving, be sure you pay attention. Hang on to your steering wheel for dear life. And that's no joke. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour. How to keep yourself safe from these animals while you're on the road.
Oh, and if you are feeling lucky, it's our lucky day because we have an Irish feast coming right to our studio. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Some Irish must-have foods that will be showcased, and we may even get to try a little bit of that. Some, what was that in that cup right there?
I don't know. Was it Irish coffee? I need coffee because, you know, when I drive, I'm too afraid to drink coffee now because of the deer. So it's time for a coffee break. I'm safe inside.
Just follow you, and the deer will hit you, or you hit the deer, and then we're fine.
Twice this year.
Only once for me. Look at that. What a great shot over Charlotte this morning. Look at that. This is a little bit different than Stowe, Vermont. .55 and making your headlines this Thursday morning, Syracuse has joined the multi-city lawsuit against automakers Kia and Hyundai.
The city claims both automakers have created public safety issues due to a lack of basic anti-theft technology in their vehicles, leading to the cars being stolen at alarmingly high rates.
Connor White with our Sinclair sister station out of Syracuse has more on how these stolen cars can lead to deadly consequences.
When a car goes missing in Syracuse, about 40% of the time, it's a Kia or Hyundai.
They have been reckless in not putting in the basic anti-theft technology that every other manufacturer puts in.
Syracuse Mayor Ben Walsh says Kia and Hyundai are directly at fault for a spike in vehicle thefts. Wednesday, Syracuse joined Buffalo, Rochester, and 22 other cities in suing the manufacturers, seeking more secure cars, a relief fund to help prevent further thefts, and financial compensation for the resources Syracuse has had to devote to the problem. The number of Kias and Hyundais stolen is up 500% in Syracuse this year.
The manufacturers made a conscious decision to prioritize their profits over the safety and well-being of the communities that they're selling their cars in.
In recent months, this has gone beyond the frustration of realizing your car is missing or the financial losses that follow. For some, there have been deadly consequences. In September, Onondaga County Sheriff's Deputy John Rosello shot and killed 15-year-old Lueth Moe and 17-year-old Dal Appet in an allegedly stolen Hyundai. Sheriff Toby Shelley says the car came straight at the deputy. Video shows he has time and space to step out of the way. The Attorney General is reviewing the case. On Sunday, police say a man shot 3 teenage girls who were inside his brother's stolen Hyundai on Grant Boulevard. In this case, police say the suspects told them they found the keys on the ground. 23-year-old Michael Brown faces 7 attempted murder charges for the 7 teens inside the car. The Onondaga County District Attorney says the 3 girls are expected to survive.
That was just further evidence of not just the significance and severity of the problem, but the urgency of which we need to solve it.
In 2023, car thefts are nearly double what they've been on average over the past 5 years. In Syracuse, I'm Connor White.
In Baltimore, police are concerned about a rise in auto theft, seeing more than 9,500 so far this year. That is a more than 200% increase from this same time last year. Police say more than 38% of those arrested are juveniles, and many of them are arrested multiple times for the same crime. But only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services, and only 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility. The rest receive probation, have charges pending, or they have their charges dismissed.
Well, earlier this week, Baltimore police revealing 68% of cars that were stolen in the city are Kias and Hyundais. Now, the city doubled down on that same lawsuit that we told you about against those companies, saying defects in their cars make them easier to steal. Fox 45 News has spoken with victims of car thefts who say they want the city to focus less on the car companies and more on the criminals who are stealing the cars.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. Yeah. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Less than 2 months ago, during his confirmation hearing, Commissioner Worley said those cars only make up 1/3 of all stolen vehicles in the city. Fox 45 News reaching out to the police department to ask about jump in those numbers. We have not yet heard back.
Lawmakers meet in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Coming up, what came out of that hearing and why some fear it won't make a difference.
We've gotten to a point where folks are afraid of kids.
Now, Maryland's juvenile justice law is really preventing youth crime or enabling it. The repeat juvenile offenders who have not faced consequences.
Well, my nitro cold brew is kicking in, so this should be a fun hour. We've got temperatures that are going to be going up later today. We'll talk about just how high they go coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Come on, let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 9th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's got the cold brew pumping through the veins there.
Coursing through my veins. Good morning to both of you. Hey, happy that you are here with us. We appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine, as we are the only place live and local all the way from now until 10 o'clock. Taking a look outside right now. Really pretty shot there with that sun that is now up over the Towson region. 695 moving along swimmingly at this time. Upper 40s in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. We're at 47 in Bel Air. Also 47 for you in Joppatown. Almost 50 in Brooklyn Park. So Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Upper 40s and lower 50s for the next few hours. Overall, not a bad start to your Thursday. We're going to top out at almost 80 degrees today. We'll drop to the 50s tonight, and guess what? We don't get out of the 50s tomorrow with the rain and those colder temperatures coming for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at all of that to get you all set up right here on Fox 45 Morning News. All right, Tom, how are we looking on the road? was. I know you guys were talking about some issues earlier. What's up now?
Yeah, that's still the same one in our Len Stoller traffic network. This is the issue. Luckily, you're seeing this. This is some good news in this view right here because there's 2 lanes getting by. Major crash 895 southbound between Moravia and Lombard Streets, and there was 2 vehicles involved there. They had to bring in fire truck and everyone, so it looked like there was they cleaned out some of those emergency vehicles, and you're getting 1 more lane going by. So that is some good news. Everybody else, it's just because of the volume that you're faced. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year across the state of Maryland, and lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis.
But following the most recent hearing yesterday, many are still saying that the General Assembly isn't doing enough for crime victims or for young offenders.
Count the number of times you heard stories about the victim, or where's the justice for the victim, or where's the accountability for the victim, and it wasn't very many times today.
It was stunning on a lot of levels, but it sent every message that you don't want to send to your kids.
Prosecutors, police, parents have all been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime and not preventing it. This morning, we have live team coverage about what is being done to combat juvenile crime in Maryland.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center with concerns some have surrounding the Department of Juvenile Services. We begin with Shannon Lilly. She has more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change all across the state. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Tom, there was hours of discussion, but some lawmakers are still frustrated, feeling like victims aren't being talked about enough and that the issue of juvenile crime as a whole is being downplayed. Now, keep in mind, this was the committee's 2nd hearing, and they're going to meet again next month. But since this isn't a special session, the concern is that no real change will come out of that. But despite this, lawmakers, they grilled people associated with juvenile services, also police. So let's take a listen to some of that conversation that played out.
We've seen examples of prosecutors dropping not only juvenile crimes, dropping charges on juvenile crimes, but dropping charges not prosecuting violent crimes. Am I off base there? Because it seems that is a major contributor to, frankly, why we don't see a lot of these legitimate crimes come to the system.
So I don't think it's a thing of dropping the charges. It's what happens from the incident to the person going before a judge or a master. That's where we're seeing the problem. Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the rules, they're now able to reoffend. And that's what we're seeing. The same young people are being released back to the community.
So car thefts were also a concern that was addressed. It's a growing problem across the state, especially in Baltimore City, where we know car thefts are up 166% by juveniles. In fact, a story Fox 45 News uncovered was brought up several times about an 11-year-old connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the region, but never facing charges due to the law.
Do you agree that we should be looking at a change to the law to include auto thefts, or just keep things as they are?
I think the idea that we're going to reduce auto thefts by prosecuting 11-year-olds for when it happens, I don't see the link between the two things. And to me, that feels like a real stretch. And I think just generally, the idea that the only means for accountability is through prosecuting a kid, especially at that age, I think is where our imaginations need to be greater than that.
Again, lawmakers will be back to discuss these issues for a 3rd time in December. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, during the hearing, some pointed to policies from DJS enabling young people to take advantage of the rules that are in place. Just last week, 12 and 14-year-olds were arrested for assaulting a woman and then trying to steal her car. This was in Butchers Hill. They were released to their parents within 2 hours after police got a call from DJS. Former State Senator Jim Brochin says the department should be facing more questions about that call.
I sat on judicial proceedings for 14 of my 16 years in the Senate. We would have been howling right now. howling. I mean, we would have been like, this is unacceptable. We would have had a hearing and brought the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services in, okay? We all would have called for it and said, explain this, explain how he got let out, and explain the 14-year-old, and explain how this isn't going to happen again.
Roach's comments are being backed up by parents in Baltimore who say they're struggling to control their children when the state isn't holding them accountable. Olivia Dance joins us live now with their concerns as we are learning about another juvenile repeat offender. No consequences. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old, and despite allegedly being involved in a violent crime, he has faced no consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here hours after he was arrested, and it's unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by FOX45 News, on November 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken here to DJS and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Councilman Zeke Cohen and Councilman Mark Conway, who's chairman of the Public Safety Committee, have concerns with the lack of accountability.
Sometimes, yes, it is accountability by way of jail time. Other times it's accountability by way of resources and follow up and follow through and mentorship. But we got to make sure that those systems work. And when they're not working, we got to ask the question why.
It does a disservice to those young people when they are immediately released, because it sends the message to them that this is for play. We know that this is going to keep happening unless our young people are held to account.
According to the documents, the city state's attorney's office has not yet received the boy's armed robbery case from DJS for prosecution. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think the General Assembly has the best interest of voters or criminals in mind? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 96% of those who have responded voted for criminals. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
New images this morning from Israeli Defense Forces tightening their grip on Gaza City and targeting Hamas's underground infrastructure.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with what we're seeing right now. Megan.
A lot coming in here this morning. I want to get right to it. This is coming from Israel Defense Forces. They posted this video here. What you're seeing here, this is actually Israeli combat engineers. They are exposing and destroying Hamas's extensive underground tunnel system that you see there. IDF again posting this just hours ago, writing water and oxygen storage inside those tunnels indicates Hamas's preparations for prolonged stays underground. We are told at least 130 of these entrances have been destroyed so far. Now, we're also learning right now that thousands of Palestinians were able to flee northern Gaza yesterday, traveling sometimes miles on foot. You're seeing video of that right now. There are still growing calls this morning for a humanitarian pause in the Israeli strikes, a war pause, guys, that could bring 3 days of relief for civilians trapped there. Certainly something that is being talked about right now. Those negotiations underway as we speak. We're taking you live here. This is to Paris. French President Emmanuel Macron actually putting this out on his X post right here. You can see a live look there as leaders from Western and Arab nations, the United Nations, and even non-governmental organizations. They just wrapped up a Gaza aid conference. France's president opening things up by saying all lives have equal worth. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where confirmation is coming in now that the U.S. will be stepping up operations in the Middle East. And this, of course, comes in response to a series of attacks against U.S. personnel in that region. You're taking a look at video now of 2 U.S. F-15 fighter jets conducting an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria. It is used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups as well. U.S. Secretary of Defense, guys, Lloyd Austin, he just issued this statement right here saying, quote, the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. We urge against any escalations. Taking you live now to Gaza, you can see some ambulances arriving just outside the hospital. It's been, again, another chaotic day as they are short on resources like food, water, and fuel. We're watching this closely. We'll bring you the very latest as it happens right here from our live center. Patrice.
Well, Fox 45 is partnering with Magenta Vita Dome for Sinclair Care's humanitarian relief for Israel. The Red Cross affiliate is providing emergency medical aid for people in Israel. To help, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to sinclaircares.com.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines at this hour. Grade changing, ghost students, even physical abuse. Project Baltimore has been investigating laws broken inside Baltimore City Public Schools for years now. In our next half hour, we'll take a look at what your taxpayer dollars are funding.
Public safety takes center stage in Annapolis as lawmakers meet to discuss Maryland's juvenile justice laws. After the break, what needs to change in order to reduce Maryland's youth crime numbers. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. How pretty is that? Take it in. A local all morning.
My real concern is that there continues to be, at least to a small degree, some downplaying of the nature of the problem.
Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the they're now able to reoffend.
just one portion of what happened. A group of lawmakers, city and state leaders, police, DJS, and the Juvenile Justice Reform Council all meeting again to discuss the ongoing issue with repeat juvenile offenders. The meeting could not change any of the laws, but various arguments and concerns were brought up as juvenile crime is on the rise, especially with auto theft and repeat offenders. Well, joining us this morning with reaction from the latest meeting that happened last night, Peace spokesperson Yuripsi Morgan. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning.
We heard a little bit about this. A lot of people going into it saying this is just a meeting, just to have a meeting. They can't change anything, so why have them? Where does Peace stand on this when we see these meetings that are taking place?
You know, on the one hand, yes, they should be actually doing things instead of just talking about it, but it gives us an opportunity to see where they stand on some of these issues, which is critically important because when we're out in the community and we're talking with residents and they're saying, why is this happening? Why are these kids back on the street? Why is nobody doing anything? It lets us now kind of get a sneak peek at what these legislators are thinking and be able to respond to the community that way. One
person that the legislators listen to is in the Juvenile Justice Council. One council member, and we didn't get his name, but at one point he said he was asked about an 11-year-old that has been caught multiple times for stealing vehicles, 11-year-old. And he said, well, he does not see a connection with prosecuting 11-year-olds and lowering auto thefts or car thefts. He said, we would like us to be more creative, stopping 11-year-olds than just prosecuting them.
I would suggest that if he can't see the connection, he needs a new job. Like, I understand creativity when it comes to certain areas of the law, but in this, it's really not that hard. And when you talk to residents in the community, this isn't brain science. Like, you know, we're not talking about some complicated mess here. What we're talking about is when you have an 11-year-old who repeatedly gets into trouble, who repeatedly steals cars and then is just released back on the streets. You have parents, and I've talked to parents who are pleading and saying, we need help with controlling these children. We are asking the criminal justice system to do their part in keeping these kids in line, and that does include some punishment. And any rational parent can tell you don't punish your child because you're mean. You don't let them play in the street because it's not safe for them, right? And when you have legislators that do not understand that, then they need to go find something else to do.
Do you think if that 11-year-old gets in an accident, maybe kills somebody or injures somebody else when they're out there joyriding in these vehicles multiple times, you think that would be the catalyst that would change something?
No, I don't, unfortunately, because when we think about the case of, for example, Dante Harris, you know, a young man who was in the middle of stealing in Baltimore County, he is now facing life in prison, a life sentence. And that's what these legislators who refuse to punish these kids are sentencing them to, because they're not going to be sitting there with Dante Harris or any of these other children when they are now facing life or even more, you know, some serious charges. They're not going to be sitting there with them in a courtroom as they're being charged. It's ridiculous.
Harris's mom also was saying that she was trying to get police to understand that he was on the ankle monitor and still is not abiding to it. She said she was even trying to call and report him. So that's a very similar situation to what we heard from some of the parents last night. Are witnesses, or victims, I should say, are victims' voices being heard enough to change something come January if they don't have a special session?
No, and to be honest, at this point, I actually heard one of the women who was there, and she spoke about her friend's vehicle being stolen, and it wasn't a Kia, it was a GMC Denali. It's a massive vehicle, and she was in tears asking the legislators, what am I supposed to do if I am, you know, carjacked with my children? I can't fight back, and there was no answer.
Yeah. Well, do you think, though, last question, yes or no, will this change, and will these meetings change something in January?
The way that they will change is if enough people are outraged by what they heard and then they communicate that to their legislators, because these are politicians and they will respond when the public gets upset. So that's the change that could happen.
Peace spokesperson Yuripsi Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at the forecast for us here. And easy job today, right?
Well, yeah, sure. I guess you could say that, only because it's going to be warmer this afternoon. But I am tracking our next weather maker, which is going to be those rain showers coming in and those much colder temperatures as we head into this upcoming weekend. Veterans Day weekend. Always great to thank all of our veterans who have served or who are currently serving. So very important that you do that. Beautiful shot there over the Inner Harbor with a real bright sunrise here. We had some clouds earlier this morning, but now that sun is out and shining brightly, starting to warm things things up. We're still hanging out at 47 right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall, but we're going to be about 30 degrees warmer than this number as we head into the later part of the afternoon. Now, not the snow that we're tracking. A few showers in Pittsburgh right now in western Pennsylvania, but the snow is well up into the northeast at this time. So that's the colder air. We're definitely tracking that warmer air as that warm front is sliding to the north. This is ahead of another cold front that's coming in tonight and will be here tomorrow, bringing in the cooler air and that chance for those showers as well. So your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids head out to the bus stop this morning. Go ahead and get the light jacket on them with numbers in the 40s, but lower 70s by noon. You can shed those layers this afternoon. We're talking about shorts and flip-flop weather with upper 70s for a lot of us, and some even cruising into the lower 80s. What do you think about that, Hank? Yeah, he's excited. Our bird is the wordcast. We'll see the upper 50s here through 9 a.m. I think I scared Bree in the studio, or at least Hank did. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Now, notice that average high of 60, so nowhere near that number, some 20 degrees above average for the afternoon. Not feeling like November at all. In fact, up and down the 95 corridor, upper 60s in Philly, but lower 80s in D.C. and Richmond, even down the ocean, looking at numbers at 71 in Ocean City this afternoon. I think it's a great day to throw some stuff on the grill this afternoon. We're talking about mid to upper 70s here in your grill cast. Overall, looking pretty good. Even through that 6 and 7 o'clock hour, we'll hang on to some 60s. But this is the temperature trend starting tomorrow and all the way through the weekend into next week. Notice those greens there. That's the indication of the temps that will drop into the below average category. We're looking at a lot of 50s on the way. That's going to feel more like fall this weekend. So here comes the cold front. Out ahead of that, as I mentioned, the westerly and southwesterly wind going to turn to be more of a northwesterly wind as we head into tomorrow. And then behind that front brings the cooler air. Also some rain showers that are going to be rolling in, especially by tomorrow, 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So about the same time. This time, tomorrow morning is when that rain will be here. Hangs out with us through most of the middle part of the day, but by tomorrow evening, that rain is gone, and we're seeing some drier conditions, just the colder temperatures for the weekend. All right, so the record for the day is 78. I think we're going to break that today. It was set back in 94. A few showers around on Friday, and then the upper 50s on Saturday. Look at the Ravens game forecast Sunday afternoon. It will be great football fall weather, but about 20 degrees colder than how we saw last Sunday's game. Overall, though, lower 50s for your highs.
All right, thank you, Justin, for that. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and we are seeing a bit of a slowdown on 95 northbound between Cowanton Road and 152. So you see that they're inching along in that direction. So if your route takes you that way this morning, then just be mindful because you're going to join in on that slowdown. You might want to give yourself a little extra time.
She may be Apple Music's Artist of the Year, but not everyone can call themselves a Swiftie. Why one man's bad blood with Taylor Swift is impacting his marriage.
Oh.
And we're at the Baltimore Museum of Art, and we're celebrating centuries of women artists. And the great news is today, admission is free. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
726, spanning centuries, mediums, and countries, the Baltimore Museum of Art is celebrating women artists.
Mark Clark live at the museum this morning with all things painting, drawing, sculptures that they have unveiled. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. I'm with co-curator Ann Delebe, and of course the world is talking about this exhibit. Wall Street Journal, Monday, rave reviews, full page, bam! So Ann Delebe, I mean, congratulations for putting this amazing presentation together. Tell us about it.
Well, it was about 4.5 years in the making. We co-organized with the Art Gallery of Ontario. The show will travel there next into Toronto after it's here in Baltimore. But we're thrilled to have it here. We have wonderful examples on view by hundreds, literally, of women artists from 1400 to 1800. The painting behind us right now is an extremely famous painting by a major artist named Artemisia Gentileschi, who was famous in her own lifetime. She was known for presenting images in terms of very powerful interaction of light and shadow, as you can see in this painting here.
Amazing.
But we also have objects that are made by women whose names we don't know, like lace. In the show, often made in convents or orphanages. So we have no idea who those women might be, but they obviously put a lot of heart and effort into the things that they made, extremely intricate and beautiful.
I love it. So it ranges from, like you say, the spotlight for women who may or may not know their names,
Right.
to some names we do recognize,
Right.
also entrepreneurship.
Yep.
And really, this is special, right? This is a special presentation.
It is. There's really never been an exhibition like this before.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the most comprehensive presentation of women's creative production in Europe.
Once again, if you haven't, Baltimore, guys.
Well
once
done,
again, in
Baltimore.
Baltimore, this is, and it's free. Free admission
Very
tonight.
nice. All right, Mark, thank you. If you want more information, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We'll see temperatures in the 70s this afternoon, but what about Sunday when the Ravens are hosting the Browns right at the bank? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your game day forecast. That's coming up.
Jury deliberations begin this morning in Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains how long deliberations could take and what the timing could mean. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Shorts and T-shirts. Let's find out exactly how warm meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, temperatures upper 70s today. Some of us in the lower 80s. Lots of bright sunshine that's out there right now. As you head out the door, make sure to grab your sunglasses. Maybe a light jacket this morning, but I'm telling you, you will not need that this afternoon. We'll use the umbrellas for tomorrow as the rain rolls in and those temperatures drop from the 70s to the 50s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, the fate of Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial is now in the hands of a jury as deliberations set to begin this morning.
Olivia Dance joins us live with how closing arguments unfolded from both sides and then how long these deliberations could last. Olivia.
Yeah, well, that's right. Jury deliberations will start this morning at around 9:30, and if convicted, Marilyn Mosby could face up to 5 years in prison for each perjury charge. Now, Fox 45 News spoke with attorney Kurt Nachman, who is not affiliated with this case, about how long deliberations may take and what the timing could mean. Take a listen to what he said.
Any amount of time that is longer than, say, a day is going to be something that is definitely going to go into the favor of Ms. Mosby. If the jury deliberation stretches any length of time beyond tomorrow, I would say, in my experience, you usually say a day of deliberation for a day of trial testimony. So if we go any longer than tomorrow, though, for the simplicity of this case, I would say that's a win for the defense.
After 3 days of witness testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, the jury now has the case. Marilyn Mosby ultimately choosing not to take the stand, all while whether the jury believes Mosby's travel business had real losses remains at the heart of these charges. Going through Mosby's financial records, prosecutors say that Mosby's trips she claimed were related to her business, Mahogany Elite, were actually personal trips for Miss Mosby. And because Mosby's travel business that she described publicly were designed to offer chances for underserved black families to travel, had no clients or expenses, prosecutors argued the business was not operational. By contrast, Mosby's defense team argues that Mosby had plans to first run a women's retreat business. Then her team says she shifted to family travel as a long-term venture during the pandemic. But based on advice from her spokesperson at the time, Mosby publicly said her businesses would not be operational while she was in office. Making one final pitch to the jury, Mosby's defense team claiming that Mosby believed her future losses from not having her travel business running during the pandemic meant that she qualified to withdraw money from her retirement account. Ultimately, prosecutors got in the last word, saying that Marilyn Mosby is guilty of perjury. But of course, now it will be up to the jury to decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Employees accused of grade changing, physically abusing children, and collecting a paycheck for work that was not done.
Over the past few years, those are just a few of the allegations Baltimore City Schools has investigating concerning its own employees. And as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps reports, that is just the start.
$1.6 billion. That is how much money Baltimore City Schools will get from taxpayers this year. And we believe you, the taxpaying public, deserves to know what the district and its employees are doing with your money. And part of that is who Baltimore City Schools investigates internally and why. December 2019. A Baltimore City Schools employee is found to have choked an 8th grade student to the point where that student couldn't breathe. 2 years later, in December 2021, another City Schools employee is accused and found guilty of kicking a nonverbal student and then aggressively dragging them 3 or 4 times. These are just 2 findings from recent Baltimore City Schools internal investigations reviewed by Project Baltimore. From a public records request, we obtained 4 years worth of internal investigations conducted by North Avenue into its own employees. Each report with confirmed findings, 79 in total. Over the next few months, we will show you what's in these reports, which document a wide range of issues plaguing Baltimore City Schools. Issues like grade changing, In January 2019, City Schools investigator confirmed allegations of grade changing for student athletes to make them eligible to play sports. Much of this report is redacted. We can't see which schools were involved or how many students. But we can see the report found grades were changed from failing to passing by 2 school employees with no valid explanation. More than 1 year later, in June 2020, a teacher was found to have used profanity while holding class. The teacher, according to the report, said during his online lesson, "I'm not doing this. These kids don't know." In all of those internal investigations, the employee who was investigated no longer works for Baltimore City Schools, including the employee from this investigation. This report is interesting because it raises very serious questions over who City Schools chooses to investigate and who it chooses not to investigate. This report was filed in July 2019. It explains how a district employee was collecting a paycheck for work that was not done. At one point, according to this report, the employee used a personal cell phone to initiate a Facebook Live video during her assigned City Schools work hours. According to North Avenue, the employee received more than $2,100 for about 111 hours of work, but was not actually working. If that sounds familiar, it should. Project Baltimore, back in January, first broke the story that City Schools police detective and state champion football coach Lawrence Smith was submitting forms for overtime when it appears he was not actually working. Here, Smith, in a Facebook Live video, can be seen driving a boat on the Chesapeake Bay at the exact time his overtime form says he was working.
You want to say something to your players, Coach?
Smith was later arrested by the FBI, in part for allegations of fraudulently obtaining more than $215,000 in overtime. But City Schools never launched an internal investigation into Smith. In fact, in April, after this Fox 45 report aired, City Schools promoted Smith to corporal. Meanwhile, this person was treated very differently. North Avenue launched an investigation into this employee who no longer works for the district. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
For them to see that type of assault and then to say, okay, you can go home now. There's no consequences.
Children sent home from the Department of Juvenile Services just hours after being brought in for committing violent crimes. Well, there does not seem to be any consequences for Maryland's juveniles.
We are 9 days into November, but it will feel more like May with temperatures in the 70s this afternoon. If the warm weather will stick around for Sunday's Ravens game, meteorologist Justin Chambers will have that in his full forecast. 7:39 is the time. Happening now ahead of Veterans Day, the Baltimore Ravens cheerleaders are visiting veterans at the city's VA Center. You're taking a live look of that now. Very nice. The cheerleaders joining the VA Maryland healthcare system to honor veterans through a special pin distribution.
Lawmakers meet in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Coming up, what came out of that hearing and why some fear it won't make a difference.
It's been almost, well, a few years since Maryland last voted to elect a state senator. Now that Senator Ben Cardin has announced his retirement. We're talking about more than a decade. We'll introduce you to one of the candidates throwing his hat in the ring for that position. 7:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning.
(7:45) Earlier this year, Maryland Senator Ben Cardin announced he is stepping down. It's the first time that seat has been open since 2006, and the race to fill it is competitive. As part of our Your Voice series, one of the candidates looking to replace Cardin, Representative David Trone, joins us this morning. Good morning to you.
Morning.
I was just telling you, your commercials are everywhere. Like I already know you, so it's good to talk to you this morning. But talk about that. Talk about your strategy to get your name out there and your message to the voters.
Yeah, it's really important to introduce yourself to the voters and explain to them the issues you focus on, things like addiction, the mental health crisis in our America, the systemic racism that so many folks face in the criminal justice system, and talk about your experience, 3 terms in Congress, building a business from 0 to 12,000 team members. And it's all about how you get stuff done, change the construct of Washington from politicians to public servants. And that's where we've got to go, how we serve the public, how we make things better.
And so talk about why you're the best person to do that, because Senate seats don't come up often. So this is going to be competitive. A lot of people would like to be where you also want to be. Why are you the person for the job?
Yeah, no, it's really about reputation, ability you've shown over the decades to move the needle in the House of Representatives, move the needle in business, but also not be beholden to anybody else in what's often a very rigged system. I mean, not taking PAC money, not taking lobbyist money. $1.5 billion, Patrice, was what was spent last cycle on PAC and lobbyist money in the U.S. Congress. That's crazy.
Talk about some of the issues that are important to you that you want to tackle. What can you do for Marylanders from the national level, but also those things that are particular to Maryland that we're dealing with?
Well, we've got to really begin to help more on education. If we can't get education right, we're never going to get anything else right. And clearly, we're failing in many areas. So we've got to get the federal government to help out. We've done a few things that are coming this way. First of all, mental health support. That's really, really important. $3 billion is coming down to K through 12 to help our kids, help our educators. We were endorsed by the teachers, educators across the state. That's 75,000 of them. That's the biggest endorsement there is. And at the same time, we got to get IDA money to them, help those that are struggling. And the federal government has not fulfilled its obligations to fully support those areas.
I've heard interviews with you before, and you talk about being a bipartisan Democrat. How do you get things done across the aisle when right now Congress seems particularly divided?
Yeah, you got to really take the time to get to know people. Sit down with folks, learn about their lives. The fact that I'm not out raising money every single day, we can instead meet people where they are, learn about what's important to them, and build alliances. We're ranked the 10th most bipartisan member of Congress. So out of 535, I'm a progressive Democrat, but out of 535, we reach across the aisle all the time, and that's how we move the needle on mental health, move the needle on addiction, and move the needle on criminal justice, things like Pell Grants. I mean, that's our bill we did in the 116th. Why not give returning citizens education? Why not give them job opportunities? That's how we can really change the crime issue.
Congressman, good to talk with you. We're out of time, but I'm sure this won't be our last time over the course of this campaign. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Patrice. Take care.
All right, just stepped outside, and not a bad start this morning. You think about it, we're November 9th already, and we're talking about T-shirt and shorts.
My daughter already pulled out a T-shirt last night, and I'm like, okay, you can go with that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, mid to upper 70s. Some of us even into the lower 80s this afternoon. That will be potential for your high temps. Really pretty shot right now from our Towson camera. It looks like fall. It will not feel like fall, at least today. But tomorrow, fall lovers, don't you worry. Those temperatures are going to fall significantly. So 52 is your temp next hour in the 8 o'clock hour, hanging out there at Cross Street Market. And we're actually going to get to the lower 70s. So yeah, lunch outdoors. We just changed up our dinner plans because my wife actually watched my forecast, which is crazy. And we are saying that we're going to do some grilling tonight. So maybe you can do the same thing later this afternoon. We're going to be close to 80 by about 2, 3 o'clock today. And the record for the day is 78, which was set back in 1994. So I think we're going to pass that, break that, and possibly even sneak into some lower 80s. Sun will go down tonight at 4:57, so definitely the earlier sunsets and sunrises, for that matter, the later sunrises too. Our high temperatures here, typically about 60 degrees is where we are, nowhere near that number, with mid to upper 70s for the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge, up and down the Chesapeake. Great day to fly today, pilots. Probably a little bit breezy as we head later into the afternoon, so just be aware of that. But we're looking at VFR visual flight rules is what we're talking about. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be IFR. We're talking about Friday and temperatures that are going to go below average and stay in the 50s throughout the weekend. By next week, those temperatures moderate just a little bit, but it's going to be about 3 or 4 days where we're going to definitely feel more fall-like. And this is why. We've got the warm front ahead of the cold front this morning. Into the afternoon, that cold front will pass through. May get a stray shower later this afternoon into the evening time, but really not looking for much. The rain comes in tomorrow morning, stays with us through midday on Friday. We'll keep the cloudy conditions and the cool temperatures temperatures around. Drier for the weekend, but again, those temperatures are dropping into that below average category. Shout out to Jamie and Sean. That is May Lynn looking good. Thank you very much for that sweet puppy all dressed up and ready to go. Your pet pics, you can get them to me, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, so here's that 7-day forecast, which includes Veterans Day on Saturday and the Ravens game on Sunday. We're talking about lower 50s Sunday afternoon, upper 50s Saturday, but a little cooler Sunday. As I mentioned, we're drier and a bit warmer next week.
Should you veer for deer? In our 8 o'clock hour, how you can stay safe on the roads as more deer come out of the woods and head onto the streets. Passed them already this morning.
Oh, yeah. Bring on the glitz and the glamour of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, revealing this year's Met Gala or Gala, depending on which way you want to look at it, their theme. After the break, the looks that you can expect on the red carpet.
Well, if she can dress that way, can we dress as a cup of coffee?
Sure, we could go out as a coffee. A deer would probably run from that dress. So
well, then I need it. I'm just going to put it over my car. It's time for a coffee break.
All right, 7:55, and I was just at Marriage Communication last night, hanging out with my wife. This morning, we're learning about one man who has major bad blood, though, with any mention of Taylor Swift in his house.
Hopefully Taylor Swift doesn't come up for you guys, but Dana Rice says her husband has brought out the Taylor Swift jar. Whenever she mentions the singer, Rice says she has to put a quarter in the jar.
Now, along with the consequences of 25 cents per mention of Swift, Rice's husband also added on the jar that he, quote, can't take it anymore. Football star and Swift's supposed boyfriend, Travis Kelce, if you believe that, has also been banned from being mentioned. Another quarter in the jar.
Hey, I see beer money for him or, guys strip money for him. Just take advantage. All right, well, trending elsewhere. The countdown is on for the world's most prestigious and glamorous night of fashion and philanthropy.
Yeah, the 2024 Met Gala or Gala will take place Monday, November 6th, right in New York City.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art announced that its theme for its spring 2024 exhibit is titled Sleeping Beauties, Reawakening Fashion. The theme is an inspiration for the gala's attendees and incorporates reference points in fashion history, nature, technology.
Sleeping with a sword.
And the senses. And yeah, always very interesting. So I guess, so this is not till November of next year. They need a whole year to get that together, I would imagine. All right.
Reawaken with a sword. All right. Warmer day ahead, and the temperatures in the 70s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking ahead to Sunday's Ravens game right here, and your game forecast is just ahead.
And this morning with the Baltimore Museum of Art, easy for me to say, and I got good news. Free admission today. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Maryland lawmakers come together to try to find a solution to the juvenile crime crisis, the concerns brought up, and what's next.
Meanwhile, parents voicing their frustrations with the juvenile justice system. We take a closer look at this cycle of crime and the lack of consequences.
Well, good morning on this Thursday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. I just talked with the kids. Shorts. They're wearing shorts today. We're up and down.
I wouldn't let her go that far. She has a T-shirt.
Maybe I'm a bad mom?
No, once I open that door, she'll ask every day, well, it's in the 60s. Kid, no. All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Today would be the day, though.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about upper 70s, some lower 80s potentially this afternoon. So, yeah, not feeling like November at all. But don't worry, tomorrow we'll need all of the warm gear for you because we'll be cooler, quite a bit cooler, too. But beautiful shot right now over the Inner Harbor with lots of sunshine that is brightly shining over the eastern shore at this moment. Statewide, our numbers are in the 40s and 50s this hour. We made it to 52 in Baltimore City, 51 in Bel Air, and upper 50s 50s in Annapolis, maybe just a light jacket this morning. But checking these numbers, next few hours, they're going to keep climbing. Mid-60s by 10 a.m., upper 60s through 11, and we'll already be to the 70s by noon today. So that's what we're looking at in terms of your out and about cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain that's on the way as well coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year, all across Maryland, and lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis.
Following the most recent hearing yesterday, many are still saying that the General Assembly just isn't doing enough for crime victims or for young offenders.
Count the number of times you heard stories about the victim, or where's the justice for the victim, or where's the accountability for the victim, and it wasn't very many times today.
It was stunning on a lot of levels, but it sent every message that you don't want to send to your kids.
Prosecutors, police, parents, all have been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime and not preventing it. This morning, we have live team coverage about what is being done to combat juvenile violence in Maryland.
Olivia Dance will join us live from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center with the concerns that some have surrounding the Department of Juvenile Services. We'll get to Olivia in just a moment. We begin, though, with Shannon Lilly. She has more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change across the state. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Megan, there was hours of discussion, but lawmakers, some of them are still frustrated, feeling like there was not enough talk about the victims and that the issue of juvenile crime is being downplayed as a whole. Now, keep in mind, this was the committee's second hearing. They'll have another one next month. But since this isn't a special session, the concern is that no real change will really come out of this. But despite that, lawmakers grilled people associated with juvenile services as well as police. So let's take a listen to some of that conversation and how it played out.
We've seen examples of prosecutors dropping not only juvenile crimes, dropping charges on juvenile crimes, but dropping charges not prosecuting violent crimes. Am I off base there? Because it seems that is a major contributor to, frankly, why we don't see a lot of these legitimate crimes come to the system.
So I don't think it's a thing of dropping the charges. It's what happens from the incident to the person going before a judge or a master. That's where we're seeing the problem. Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the rules, they're now able to reoffend. And that's what we're seeing. The same young people are being released back to the community.
Now, car thefts were also a concern addressed. It's a growing problem across the state, especially in Baltimore City, where car thefts by juveniles are up 166%. In fact, a story FOX45 News uncovered was brought up several times about an 11-year-old connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the region, but never facing charges due to the law.
Do you agree that we should be looking at a change to the law to include auto thefts, or just keep things as they are?
I think the idea that we're going to reduce auto thefts by prosecuting 11-year-olds for when it happens, I don't see the link between the two things. And to me, that feels like a real stretch. And I think just generally, the idea that the only means for accountability is through prosecuting a kid, especially at that age, I think is where our imaginations need to be greater than that.
Again, lawmakers will be back to discuss these issues for a third time in December. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
During the hearing, some pointed to policies from DJS enabling young people to take advantage of the rules in place. Just last week, 12 and 14-year-olds were arrested for assaulting a woman and trying to steal her car. This happened in Butchers Hill. Now, they were released to their parents within 2 hours after police got a call from DJS. Former State Senator Jim Brochin says that department should be facing more questions about that call. Brochin's comments being backed up by parents in Baltimore who say they're struggling to control their children when the state isn't holding them accountable. Olivia Dance is joining us with their concerns as we are learning about yet another repeat offender juvenile. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old, and despite allegedly being involved in a violent crime, he has faced no consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here just hours after he was arrested, and it's unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by FOX45 News, on November 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken here to DJS and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Councilman Zeke Cohen and Councilman Mark Conway, who's chairman of the Public Safety Committee, have concerns with the lack of accountability.
Sometimes, yes, it is accountability by way of jail time. Other times it's accountability by way of resources and follow up and follow through and mentorship. But we got to make sure that those systems work. And when they're not working, we got to ask the question why.
It does a disservice to those young people when they are immediately released, because it sends the message to them that this is for play. We know that this is going to keep happening unless our young people are held to account.
According to documents, the city state's attorney's office has not yet received the 12-year-old boy's armed robbery case from DJS for prosecution. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A look at the U.S. Capitol as the violence in the Middle East continues. How the U.S. is now stepping up its military operation.
Temperatures are starting off in the 40s and 50s this hour, but we're going to warm up nicely for the afternoon. We'll talk about how much they drop those numbers as we head into the weekend. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
New images this morning from Israeli Defense Forces tightening their grip on Gaza City and targeting Hamas's underground infrastructure.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we're seeing right now. Tom.
Yeah, first I want to take you live right here. We're in Israel. We're looking over Gaza. As on that background, you can see all the kind of dilapidated buildings and those that are destruction. There was just some plumes of smoke coming in this valley between the two. But the video that we were showing is coming earlier from the Israeli Defense Force. And let me just play this for you and make it larger for you here. This is where they're showing where they're exposing and destroying Hamas' extensive underground tunnel system. In fact, they said 130 passages or openings they've just discovered so far. IDF posting this a few hours ago, writing water and oxygen storage inside the tunnels indicates Hamas preparations for prolonged stays underground. They just showed you car batteries that were helping with filters. And we're told of those 130 entrances, they've been destroyed so far, and they're continuing. We're also learning thousands of Palestinians were able to flee from northern Gaza again yesterday through a one-way passage that this Israeli Defense Forces opened up, leading one way to the south, traveling miles on foot. There are still growing calls this morning for a humanitarian pause in the Israeli strikes, a war pause that could bring 3 days of relief for civilians who are still trapped in northern Gaza. And those negotiations underway actually as we speak, too, because let me just show you something that was up here just a little while ago. This was recorded, and I'm just seeing some of this. This is the back of French President Emmanuel Macron, and he's taking part in Paris. There's these speakers and leaders from Western and Arab nations, United Nations, even non-governmental organizations taking part in the Gaza Aid Conference. And again, that's France's president opening things up just about an hour and a half ago, and this is video coming from that when he was greeting everyone, saying that all lives have equal worth. Now, I want to take you to Capitol Hill here, and you can see here in Washington where confirmation is coming in now that the U.S. will be stepping up operations in the Middle East in response to a series of attacks against U.S. personnel in the region. In fact, you're taking a look at 2 U.S. F-15 fighter jets, actually 3 of them right there, conducting an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria. It's used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin just issuing this statement, writing, he says the United States is fully prepared to take further necessary measures to protect our people and our facilities. We urge against any escalation. So that, again, is, of course, coming from Lloyd Austin, taking you back down to Gaza in Israel, looking over at the Gaza border here. No more plumes of smoke or any other explosions that we've seen since I've been talking. But the situation, of course, is still waiting for when Israeli troops will completely go into northern Gaza. Right now, they're just slowly sending in troops. So we'll find out when that full-fledged ground assault will happen. That still has not happened yet. We'll bring you the latest as soon as that happens right here from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Project Baltimore has been investigating broken laws inside Baltimore City Public Schools for years. We're going to take a look at what taxpayer dollars are funding.
Traveling in Maryland may get more expensive. The transportation plans that could be costing you. 8:14, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A Maryland Transportation Commission is now considering whether the state should adopt new fees for electric vehicles and whether to increase tolls. This is part of an effort to really solve a revenue shortage that's been plaguing the state's Transportation Trust Fund. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on what this means for all of our viewers, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. David, good morning. How bad is this shortfall that they're trying to patch up here?
Good morning, Megan. And it means a lot to the viewers, right? Because this is a huge revenue shortfall that they have. We're talking about $100 million starting next fiscal year, and that goes up to $2.1 billion over the next 6 years. Here's the problem, is that the gas tax isn't coming in. Even though it was raised last year, you have more electric vehicles, you have more fuel efficient vehicles, so the money just isn't coming into the state coffers, and that's why they're freaking out, and they should be freaking out.
Well, so do these proposals that they're looking at then, David, make sense?
So they don't. And let's start with raising the tolls. This is really a tax on the middle class and lower income folks, because some people pay tolls when they're just commuting to work. And the less money you make, the more impact it's going to have on you. Now, the state is considering something kind of strange, and that is charging out-of-state drivers more than in-state drivers. Now, that sounds really good, right? They can collect more revenue. That may be illegal. Rhode Island has tried this, and a judge is saying, whoa, 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 wait a second, you can't do that. So that might be a no-go. And quite frankly, it's not going to raise enough money to really make up for that shortfall, just raising tolls.
So what about the electric vehicle fee that they're looking at?
So this is a real problem because electric vehicles don't pay a gas tax, and they are heavier, they do more wear and tear on the road, and the governor wants to replace all gas-powered vehicles with electric vehicles. So this is a growing problem. Now, just increasing the registration fees for electric vehicles doesn't get to the heart of the problem. They need to look at a mileage thing, so everyone pays per mileage instead of a gas tax, and that would bring everyone into the fold to bring in more revenue into the state.
David, if it's not that, is there anything else that they can do to try and boost that revenue and make sure that we have enough for our projects?
So it may not be about revenue. It may be about spending. They need to look at spending. There's some very ambitious plans. The red line in Baltimore, and you have the purple line that is just eating up money year after year. And we're talking about billions of dollars. So these are big, shiny objects and projects that the state loves to do, but they can't afford it. You have to prioritize. So it's not just about revenue, it's about spending. And I wish this commission, I wish the rest of Maryland would talk about the spending and really prioritizing and not spending on big, fancy projects at this point.
It's a big part of it. David, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:20, take a look at this. A shelter-in-place order has now been lifted following a massive fire at a chemical plant near Houston. Look at that. That fire started yesterday morning at a petroleum processing plant called Sound Resource Solutions. The company says that it recycles and distributes chemicals, including acids and solvents. A thick black plume of smoke could be seen over the plant. A spokesperson for the company says one employee is being treated for burns and should be released soon. So that's the good news there.
Incredible video. All right, 8:20, it's time to get a check of our forecast here closer to home.
I just talked to Naomi, who was about to run out to the bus stop. She's got on her school T-shirt. She's excited.
Yeah, good stuff. And anything you want to do outdoors today, it's going to be great to do that. A little bit breezy as we get later into the afternoon. That wind is going to help to kick up our temperatures as we take you outside right now from our Towson cam. Looks really pretty too. Still some of those great fall colors out there, but more of those leaves have been on the ground lately. And as that wind picks up later today and loosens some of those leaves, that's when we'll see that blowing around a bit, but also blowing in warmer temperatures, or bringing in those warmer temperatures. Right now at 52 in Towson, no wind as of yet, but that wind is going to pick up as we head later into the day today. Picking up a few light showers here just to the south of Altoona, PA, north of us, but we're seeing that there to the north and west as well. And then the snow showers continue in parts of northern New England. We had some snow earlier this morning in parts of Vermont. Now that has changed over kind of a wintry mix. That's the pink stuff that we don't like right there, because that messes everything up. But that large area of low low pressure, kind of the center of that storm system, bringing all of that wet weather or winter weather to that part of the country. As for us, we got a warm front that's moving in. In fact, check these numbers here. Next 12 hours steadily climbing, upper 60s by 11 a.m., almost 80 by about 2, 3 o'clock. And some of you won't be surprised if you get to that 80-degree mark today. Typically about 60 degrees is where we are. So across Carroll and Baltimore counties, our highs will be in the mid to upper 70s later today. Same thing for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, Severna Park there at 78 today. And you can see some of those temps as you go north, a little cooler in Philly and New York, but 81 in D.C., 83 in Richmond for the afternoon. Check the next 5 days, however. Those numbers drop off considerably tomorrow. We're talking about mid to upper 50s on Saturday and Sunday, even lower 50s on Sunday afternoon. So it should be great weather, plenty of sunshine for the Ravens game on Sunday. But again, those temperatures that are going to stay in that well below average kind of area. But then by next week, we'll see those numbers climb a little bit back to the lower 60s into Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, Justin, thank you. If you're having a bad day, well, your luck may turn around. In our next half hour, we're showing you how to make some must-have Irish foods ahead of Irish Fest.
And with the Baltimore Museum of Art this morning, we're celebrating women. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
When you think of European artists, you might think of Da Vinci or maybe Michelangelo.
Mark Clark is live at the Baltimore Museum of Art with what they're doing to celebrate women artists. Mark.
I'm here again with Antalib Banta, the co-curator here at this amazing exhibit. So Antalib, again, we're excited about being free today.
Right.
Free today, yeah. But you put this thing together, it's amazing. And you're saying this is a kind of a science, this area is more science and kind of nature?
Yeah, this section of the exhibition focuses on women's engagement with science. So we tried to bring together different drawings and objects that women were involved in producing that addressed the study of seashells, botany, the study of insects. Some of these European women actually traveled abroad to South America to study the native plants there as well. And some of them stayed at home and studied the so-called exotic plants that came from the Americas and Africa to Europe. So it really does show a wide variety of these women's exposure to science and the scientific fields during this time period. So it's really exciting.
And this is special not just for Baltimore, but for the nation, one of the biggest exhibitions in the nation of its kind, the only one of its kind.
Yeah.
And it's right here in Baltimore, and entry is free today.
Yeah, today, Making Her Mark is the exhibition, and you can come see it for free.
I love it. Again, and thank you for putting this together, again, focusing sometimes on women that we may not have ever known.
That's right.
And then actually coming up some that we do know, right? Some
That's
that we do know. But that all is here. Again, come check it out. Baltimore, I'm asking you to come check it out and take advantage of this amazing museum, this amazing exhibit. As always, putting great things together, guys.
All right, women artists, love it. Thank you, Mark.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
City school employees accused of breaking the law. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore uncovers years' worth of findings, including grade changing and ghost students.
And it is a great day to be outside. Temperatures back in the 70s, but there's a but here. It's not going to last. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect that next cool down. It's 8:28. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Thousands in Baltimore City have had their cars stolen, and now they're dealing with another problem. Still ahead, the spiking insurance rates for drivers.
Plus, the fate of Marilyn Mosby's federal trial now in the hands of the jury. Still ahead, the arguments they'll have to consider.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday Eve. That's Thursday, November 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it feels just like a June day, especially my son. Well, he wears shorts all year round, so that does me. But he went out with just a T-shirt on, no hoodie.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. My kids are wearing shorts, too. I mean, possibly upper 70s, right?
Oh, no, for sure. In the upper 70s, possible lower 80s for some. Yeah, so we'll be talking about potentially breaking records. And these temperatures are doing exactly what that nitro cold brew is doing to me. We're going up and then right down. So that's what's going to happen tomorrow. And that's what's happening right now for me. Our Towson camera, we do have a few clouds hanging around. Not too bad, though. We're looking out over the Towson region at 695. Maybe I need to get out and get a run in, get some of this energy out. So our jogging cast, upper 50s and low to mid 60s. Overall, not bad. You can be on the cool side here for the next few hours. We're going to top out, though, 79 officially. The record is 78, so I think we're going to break that record today. 57 tomorrow. Woo! With some rain, no shorts tomorrow. We're talking about getting those hoodies back and the rain gear as well. And then back to the upper 50s on Saturday. So we'll talk about how long those cooler than average temperatures stay with us coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Employees accused of grade changing, physically abusing children, and collecting a paycheck for work that wasn't done.
Over the past few years, those are just a few of the allegations Baltimore City Public Schools has investigated concerning its own employees. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp says that's just the start. He's joining us live. Chris, what was your reporting found when it comes to Baltimore City schools? And I know we saw a little earlier about the story that you were sharing, the differences on who they investigate.
Yeah, so this goes back about 1 year here. So a year ago, we filed a public records request because we wanted to see the internal investigations that Baltimore City Schools does into its own employees. So these are allegations that come into the school system from, they could come from anywhere, the media, fellow co-workers, and then Baltimore City Schools does investigations. Well, 1 year later, they're finally starting to release them. They held on to them as long as they could, and we're now finally starting to get them. But City Schools is releasing them in batches. So over the next 4 or 5 months, we're going to get batches of these internal investigations. So this is just the first batch. And as you guys mentioned, within this batch, there's 14 internal investigations out of 79 total that we're going to be getting. You know, there's allegations that were all substantiated, by the way. All of these were substantiated, meaning that City Schools found that they did indeed happen. Employees choking students to the point where they can't breathe, kicking nonverbal students. One teacher said that during a class, he uses a swear word here, but he says, "I'm not doing this blank. These kids don't know blank." And then, Tom, to your question, there was an employee who was investigated for collecting money from the school system for work that wasn't done. So in other words, the employee was putting in a time card, but not actually doing the work. That employee was investigated, and then that employee no longer works for the school system. Presumably, that person was fired or terminated. But what have we been reporting for the past year? Lawrence Smith, a police detective and head football coach, was accused of doing the exact same thing, arrested by the FBI for doing the exact same thing, putting in time cards for work that wasn't done. But City Schools never investigated Lawrence Smith, and they knew what he was accused of because we had done plenty of stories on it before the FBI arrested him. So it does raise a lot of questions that it seems very selective over who City Schools chooses to investigate and who they don't choose to investigate.
What about the other ones, too, Chris? You mentioned that the one was terminated, the employee. What about the other 13 or so of the substantiated claims? Are they still working in the system?
None of them are. So we get a cover letter every time City Schools releases a batch of these internal investigations. And the cover letter says that everybody who was found guilty of the allegations, grade changing, choking students, taking the paychecks for work that wasn't done, none of them work for the school system anymore. It doesn't say why. I think we can assume that since the allegations were substantiated, they were terminated or fired or whatever the term may be. But none of them work for the school system. And one more point to make. Lawrence Smith still does. He still works for the school system. He's on administrative leave, but City Schools will not tell us if he's paid or unpaid. We have sent multiple emails to the school system. Hey, is this guy getting paid or not? And they won't tell us. $215,000 is what he's accused of essentially stealing from taxpayers. He still works for the school system, no internal investigation. And this other person who took, I think it was $2,100, a 1% of what Lauren Smith took, or 10% of what Lauren Smith took, and that person was investigated and fired. So there's all sorts of questions coming out of these internal investigations, and we're going to have stories like this for the next 4 or 5 months, because that's how city schools chose to release them to us, in batches.
We'll hear from
batches.
the FBI.
Right, and Lauren Smith got a promotion in the middle of that too. I mean, that you've reported as well, Chris. So yeah, a lot to to cover here over the next few months when these batches do get let out, I guess. Thank you. The fate of Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial is now in the hands of a jury as deliberations are set to begin this morning.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with how closing arguments unfolded from both sides and how long deliberations could last here. Olivia.
Megan and Tom, that's right. Jury is expected to start deliberations this morning, and if convicted, Mosby faces up to 5 years in prison for each perjury charge. Now, Fox 45 News spoke with attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, about how long deliberations could take and what the timing could mean. Take a listen to what he said.
Any amount of time that is longer than, say, a day is going to be something that is definitely going to go into the favor of Miss Mosby. If the jury deliberation stretches any length of time beyond tomorrow, I would say, in my experience, you usually say a day of deliberation for a day of trial testimony. So if we go any longer than tomorrow, though, for the simplicity of this case, I would say that's a win for the defense.
After 3 days of witness testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, the jury now has the case. Marilyn Mosby ultimately choosing not to take the stand, all while whether the jury believes Mosby's travel business had real losses remains at the heart of these charges. Going through Mosby's financial records, prosecutors say that Mosby's trips she claimed were related to her business, Mahogany Elite, were actually personal trips for Mosby. And because Mosby's travel business that she described publicly were designed to offer chances for underserved black families to travel, had no clients or expenses, prosecutors argued the business was not operational. By contrast, Mosby's defense team argues that Mosby had plans to first run a women's retreat business. Then her team says she shifted to family travel as a long-term venture during the pandemic. But based on advice from her spokesperson at the time, Mosby publicly said her businesses would not be operational while she was in office. Making one final pitch to the jury, Mosby's defense team claiming that Mosby believed her future losses from not having her travel business running during the pandemic meant she qualified to withdraw money from her retirement account. Ultimately, prosecutors got in the last word, saying that Marilyn Mosby is guilty of perjury. But of course, now it's up to the jury to decide. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Car thefts are skyrocketing in the city, and that could have an impact on your wallet. Coming up, we're going to talk about a surge in insurance rates.
A potential record-breaking day for heat, but more seasonable temperatures for your weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look, and he's telling us the numbers after the break, and especially for those raving games and the tailgating that's happening in Baltimore this Sunday. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
In a city in crisis, the Baltimore Police Department shares its quarterly crime update in front of the Baltimore City Council.
Yeah, they revealed homicides are down 21%, non-fatal shootings down 7%, but police are concerned about a rise in auto theft, seeing more than 9,500 so far this year. You add in carjackings and it's above 10,000. That's more than 200% increase from this time last year.
Amid fears over stolen cars in the city, Baltimore residents are also grappling with a surge in their insurance rates. This morning we have Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live with a look at the cost being passed down to victims. Shannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Megan, as the number of stolen cars rises in Baltimore City, so do insurance rates. So you're probably paying a hefty premium if you're lucky enough to get insured at all. And on top of that, Commissioner Worley says only about 60% of the nearly 10,000 stolen cars out of Baltimore so far this year have been recovered.
Let's take an average vehicle cost of $20,000. Right, that's $200 million worth of new vehicles purchased in Baltimore City.
So that's millions of dollars passed on to the victim, according to Hayward Howard, who is the senior vice president of Murray, Dunley and Parr Insurance. He says they're seeing average increases in the 10 to 12% range, and there's no expectation that increases in premiums will subside. And it's not just increased premiums. Some insurance companies are deciding not to underwrite a policy in Baltimore altogether.
As insurers decide to leave certain jurisdictions altogether, you're creating an environment that is lacking competition.
Companies like Progressive and State Farm are opting not to insure Hyundais and Kias in most major cities because of the rash of thefts on those vehicles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A brand new grocery store is coming to Glen Burnie. How many job openings the store will be offering in the area?
And should you veer for deer? After the break, how you can stay safe on the roads as more deer come out of the woods and head to the streets. Probably seeing them already. It's 8:44. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
847, we have some breaking news that we're following right now out of Baltimore County. Police say they're right at the scene of a shooting that happened in Dundalk. It's happening right on Lyndhurt Road. You see the map zooming in here. Police say one man has been taken to the hospital. Right now, they are not saying anything about his condition or what led up to this shooting. Of course, we'll continue to bring you the updates as soon as we learn the information. 847, we see them on the side of the road, in our backyards and parks, right here on TV Hill. Deer are still the animal that results in more than 10,000 accidents every year and more than 200 deaths. Joining us now to talk about how deer are moving about this season, game mammal section leader at the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, Jonathan Trudeau. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. And, you know, I mean, after the rut and everything's going on, I mean, they start moving a little bit here. Deer are much more active, it seems. But a lot of people think, oh, no, it's summertime when you see them all herding together. And you'd think that's where you would see them most. But it's really this time of year. Why is that?
That's correct. You know, this time of year, it's when deer are the most active. It's the breeding season, like you indicate, it's the rut. So especially this time of the year, the males, they're just moving. They rarely ever stop. They don't stop often even to eat. They're just chasing does, trying to breed. So what we see often is deer crossing through areas that they normally wouldn't. You know, they're taking bigger risks, and they're pushing other deer around. So you're seeing other deer take greater risk as well.
And Jonathan, when we say if we were showing video of actual vehicle going and one shoots across the road, that's one issue. The other one is when they just get frozen in the road. The argument comes back to, do you flash lights? Do you honk horn? What do you do when it's almost too quick to react?
So when it's almost too quick to react, I mean, you can try honking your horn. No, what you want to do is you want to startle them. You want them to realize that you're coming at them. What happens when they see your headlights is the way that their eye is structured is they can't see, they can't sense that distance anymore. So if you can make some sort of a sound, you can flash your lights, that can help. But you know, the best thing you can do is really just, you know, try to avoid it as safely as you can.
Last question for you. Do deer whistles work?
Moderately. They can work. They can work, but of course, a deer in the headlights, not a whole lot's going to stop it.
Jonathan Trudeau, thank you so much for a little bit of this expertise, and hopefully we will avoid the deer with the honking of the horns.
Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
Looking like it's a healthy population this year, too. Good for hunters, not good out on the road.
Bow hunting right now, and then what? November 25th is the rifle season? Yes.
See, in Pittsburgh, we used to get the first day of buck season off of school. That was a big deal. So when I moved here, I was so confused that the kids have to go to school on buck season. Does that say a lot about where we came from?
I'm sure it's just like where you were, Justin, in Vegas. Did you get off for like, what, a new casino opening?
That's a good one. When we had the casino implosions, we would have a day off.
Oh, that's
when they started blowing up the casinos, we got to all go and watch that. But
so how much venison do you have in your freezer right now?
I'm sorry, venison? Oh, 0. Yeah, we need to get to that. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I hit my first deer this year, and it really messed me up, and it messed up my wife's car, and I still feel awful about it. But it's like he said. I mean, it was so quick. It just happened, and I couldn't honk. It just happened, and I hit it. So anyway, hopefully everybody stays safe out there. Yeah, I've seen a lot of roadkill lately on the way into work in the morning time, and that's just why. That's why we had the expert on. So looking at 395 right now, a little hazy at this time in downtown Baltimore. Right now, we're seeing just a few light showers in parts of southern PA, kind of to the east of Altoona, north of Hagerstown. That's really about it. The snow is actually falling, at least for some folks in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. That's where we've seen kind of that winter-like weather for today. And you can see that's where that cooler air is. This is the warm front. So this is all that warmer air that's moving in this afternoon ahead of our next weather maker, which is another cold front. That's going to drop our temperatures tonight and into tomorrow. So get your golf game in today, fellas or ladies. Numbers in the upper 50s here through 9 a.m. on your forecast. Lower 70s by about noontime, upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I mean, some of it's going to be close to 80 degrees this afternoon, so great day to be outside. Mid 70s, Westminster and Bel Air out through Elkton. 74 Chestertown and Stevensville, the Eastern Shore. 76 in Annapolis, and up and down the 95 corridor if you're heading down to the district. 81 in D.C., 83 in Richmond today. Meanwhile, upper 60s for Philly and Harrisburg, so a little bit cooler to the north. Overall, good day to fly today, pilots. We're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight light rules, a bit breezy at times. You can see the temperature tracker. Those numbers are falling off pretty considerably into Friday and Saturday, going below average. And we've got a chilly weekend ahead, more fall-like for sure. But that front's coming through. We'll see some of those showers develop. Maybe a stray shower today. Better chance for showers tomorrow morning into tomorrow midday. By the time we get to the afternoon and evening, that rain is going to be moving out of here. And we should be good to go and dry for Veterans Day. Upper 50s on Saturday, but then those numbers drop for the Ravens game on Sunday, only lower 50s. That's the afternoon high. So if you're tailgating Sunday morning, you'll definitely want to have that fall gear where it will keep you warm.
All right, Justin, thank you. Here is a look at what is going on around the region today. Mayor Brandon Scott will be all around Baltimore. At 11:30, he's going to be joined by DPW to outline new initiatives to improve the health of the harbor to make it more swimmable and fishable.
Later on at 12:30, the mayor, along with the Department of Transportation officials, will be outlining the city's winter preparedness plan.
And in the evening at 5:30, Mayor Scott, Governor Wes Moore, and Senators Ben Cardin and Chris Van Hollen will make a major announcement about the future of downtown.
Well, also happening today, this morning at 10, here in a little over an hour, the grand opening of a new grocery outlet bargain market in Glen Burnie. It's located at 78 Mountain Road. The new grocery store is set to bring in up to 35 new jobs to the area. We'll have reusable bag giveaway and chances to win some prizes and store discounts.
And tonight, Coppin State basketball has a doubleheader at home. The women's team will be taking on Campbell at 5, and following that at 8, the men will take on Towson. Both squads are looking to bounce back from opening game losses, so good luck to the Eagles tonight.
Well, it's going to cost you more to stay fit. Why one gym chain is raising their membership prices for the first time in 30 years.
And wouldn't it be nice to see the Beach Boys? Well, you can when you can hear Surfing in the USA right here in Baltimore.
And it's beach weather today, and I mean, why not? Just, get that Adirondack chair, get a favorite cup of coffee, sit down, listen to Beach Boys, watch the sunrise.
I like it. Let's take a coffee break and contemplate our favorite song. Do you have a favorite?
No, I don't know many of them. That was the one.
I know them all.
8:57 and topping your morning business report. First, it was Netflix raising their prices, and we told you about that Wednesday. Now, YouTube. Yeah, they're raising their prices for millions of their customers. The premium family plan is jumping by 30%, the biggest increase in years. Price will increase from $17.99, $18 a month to $23 a month. The hike is expected to take effect November 21st. Planet Fitness may be raising their prices too. The price of the classic gym membership at the fitness chain has not been raised in 30 years, but the company is exploring whether it could raise the price of its membership without risking member growth.
Waze is rolling out a new safety feature. The navigation company is launching a new alert that warns drivers when they are coming up on road prone to car crashes. The app feature will utilize historical crash data to generate warnings and keep drivers alert. However, the crash history alerts do not distinguish between major and minor accidents, so you might see them popping up a lot. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Ladies, let's all admit it. What do we want? Beautiful, radiant skin. But sometimes going to the dermatologist or a facialist can be very expensive. I've got something for you. 5 minutes a day to great skin. It's called SolarWave. You just flip it on and it's amazing. This red light therapy, that's all the rage right now. And this is what I do. I come home after a stressful day and I just sit and watch TV. I actually want to do it for more than 5 minutes. Now, skin treatments, they can be painful too. This is not. This just saves you money because you're getting this inexpensive red light therapy at home, and it's clinically proven. There are 4 non-invasive, I love it around the eyes too, skin boosting technologies. Microcurrent, you see that, light therapy, facial massage, and therapeutic warmth. It feels so good. It smooths fine lines, decreases, which we all have, puffiness right here, and blemishes. It takes care of those too. So I want you to know that 97% of people that reported their skin looked healthier and more hydrated after using SolarWave for 14 days. And you're going to have to jump on this because this sells out. So head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Lawmakers meet in Annapolis to address juvenile crime. Coming up, what came out of that hearing and why some fear it won't make a difference.
We've gotten to a point where folks are afraid of kids.
Are Maryland's juvenile justice laws really preventing youth crime or enabling it? The repeat juvenile offenders who have not faced consequences.
Well, we're on the upslope today in terms of our temperatures. At least one more day with 70s and possible 80s. We'll talk about just how much cooler we get for this upcoming weekend. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 9th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with our forecast.
I love local coffee shops. I love Vent coffee roasters right there under the bridge. And that nitro cold brew, a little much for me. So I'm still trying to kind of come down from it, everybody, but I think we're going to make it. So I'm taking a look outside right now. Good morning to all of you. We appreciate you hanging with us all live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. And our Towson cam, just a few clouds kind of hanging around at this time. Overall, our temperatures are not too bad. A cool Thursday morning, but a warm and breezy afternoon ahead. And then we're tracking some showers that are moving in tomorrow and much cooler temperatures too. So 57 now, mid 60s next hour, upper 60s by 11, and we're well on our way into the 70s through the middle of the day and into the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain and let you know how it's going to impact your Friday morning commute coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. We are following breaking news right now. This is coming out of Baltimore County. Police say that they are on the scene of a shooting. This is in Dundalk. It's happening right here on Linhart Road. Police say that one man has been taken to the hospital, but right now they aren't saying anything about his condition or what led up to the shooting. We're going to bring you updates as soon as we learn more. A battle over juvenile justice has been brewing all year across Maryland, and lawmakers in Annapolis will have yet another chance to tackle the crisis.
Following the most recent hearing yesterday, many are still saying that the General Assembly isn't doing enough for crime victims or for young offenders.
Count the number of times you heard stories about the victim, or where's the justice for the victim, or where's the accountability for the victim, and it wasn't very many times today.
It was stunning on a lot of levels, but it sent every message that you don't want to send to your kids.
Prosecutors, police, parents have all been sounding the alarm for months, saying the laws in place are enabling youth crime, not preventing it. This morning, we have live team coverage about what is being done to combat juvenile violence in Maryland.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center with the concerns some have surrounding the Department of Juvenile Services. Before we get to Olivia, though, we're going to begin with Shannon Lilly. She has more on the 4-hour hearing and the calls for change across the state. Shannon.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Megan, there was hours of discussion, but some lawmakers left frustrated, feeling like there wasn't enough talk about the victims and that the whole issue of juvenile crime was being downplayed. Now, keep in mind, this was the committee's second hearing, so they have another one set for next month. But there's fear that no real change will come out of this because, remember, this isn't a special session. Despite that, though, lawmakers grilled those associated with juvenile services and police. So let's take a listen to how some of those conversations played out.
We've seen examples of prosecutors dropping not only juvenile crimes, dropping charges on juvenile crimes, but dropping charges not prosecuting violent crimes. Am I off base there? Because it seems that that is a major contributor to frankly why we don't see a lot of these legitimate crimes come to the system.
So I don't think it's a thing of dropping the charges. It's what happens from the incident to the person going before a judge or a master. That's where we're seeing the problem. Once a person is taken into custody, a young person is taken into custody, and they go through that assessment with the Department of Juvenile Services, if they are released back to the community on electronic monitoring, they're now able to, if they choose to cut off the ankle bracelet or they just choose to not abide by the rules, they're now able to reoffend. And that's what we're seeing. The same young people are being released back to the community.
Now, car thefts were also a concern addressed. It's a growing problem across the state, especially in Baltimore City, where we know car thefts by juveniles are up 166%. In fact, a story Fox 45 News uncovered was brought up several times in this hearing. It's about an 11-year-old connected to more than a dozen car thefts across the region, but never facing charges due to the law.
Do you agree that we should be looking at a change to the law to include auto thefts, or just keep things as they are?
I think the idea that we're going to reduce auto thefts by prosecuting 11-year-olds for when it happens, I don't see the link between the two things. And to me, that feels like a real stretch. And I think just generally, the idea that the only means for accountability is through prosecuting a kid, especially at that age, I think is where our imaginations need to be greater than that.
Again, lawmakers will be back to discuss these issues for a third time in December. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
During the hearing, some pointed to policies from DJS enabling young people to take advantage of the rules in place. Just last week, 12 and 14-year-olds were arrested for assaulting a woman and trying to steal her car in Butchers Hill. They were released to their parents just 2 hours after police got a call from DJS. Former State Senator Jim Brochin says the department should be facing more questions about that call.
I sat on judicial proceedings for 14 of my 16 years in the Senate. We would have been howling right now, howling. I mean, we would have been like, this is unacceptable. We would have had a hearing and brought the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services in, okay? We all would have called for it and said, explain this, explain how he got let out, and explain the 14-year-old, and explain how this isn't going to happen again.
Brochin's comments are being backed up by parents in Baltimore who say they're struggling to control their children when the state isn't holding them accountable. Olivia Dance joins us now live with their concerns as we learn about yet another juvenile offender that hasn't received consequences. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, the suspect in this latest case is only 12 years old, and despite allegedly being involved in a violent crime, he has faced no consequences. In fact, he was released from the Baltimore City Juvenile Justice Center here hours after he was arrested. It's also unclear what services, if any, he's receiving from the Department of Juvenile Services. According to documents obtained by FOX45 News, on November 2nd, police say a 12-year-old boy used a gun to rob a 31-year-old man of his bike. As I mentioned, the boy was arrested and charged with armed robbery, taken here to DJS and released within just hours. But according to documents, within just 48 hours of his release, the boy was locked up again, charged with 2 more armed robberies. Councilman Zeke Cohen and Councilman Mark Conway, who's chairman of the Public Safety Committee, have concerns with the lack of accountability.
Sometimes, yes, it is accountability by way of jail time. Other times it's accountability by way of resources and follow up and follow through and mentorship. But we got to make sure that those systems work. And when they're not working, we got to ask the question why.
It does a disservice to those young people when they are immediately released, because it sends the message to them that this is for play. We know that this is going to keep happening unless our young people are held to account.
Now, according to documents, the city state's attorney's office has not yet received the 12-year-old's armed robbery case from DJS for prosecution. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:08 now. Congress has 8 days before a potential government shutdown. Since the House elected a new speaker, little has still been done to meet the deadline.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar joining us live from Capitol Hill. Atra, dare we ask what we can expect here? Is this going to be another down to the last minute thing?
Probably. Even if the wheels started turning now, we would still be right up against the deadline. So what we expect happen in the next couple of days is House Speaker Mike Johnson decide on how he's going to, or the path he's going to choose to avoid a government shutdown. He's told his colleagues he'll do that in the next couple of days. Now, that would give Congress less than a week. Again, like if you started tomorrow, it would give Congress less than a week to get a deal across the finish line. Johnson, though, is expected to introduce what's being called a laddered approach, a short-term budget in which various parts of the government see their funding expire at different times. It is unorthodox, and just the idea of it is getting pushback from Republicans, particularly in the Senate. Now, we don't know much about Johnson's justification for this approach instead of having all the funding expire at the same time, the funding plan that's enacted right now. Only that he says Americans should, quote unquote, trust us. Now, it's possible he could introduce something completely different. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, in the Senate, Majority Leader Schumer is expected to take the procedural step necessary to set up a vote for a short-term budget where everything is lumped together, everything expires at once. We expect that vote to potentially happen early next week.
A lot to still keep an eye on there, Atra. Also happening on the Hill today, you have a group of senators who is looking into airports and some close calls that have been happening there, a series of them. What's happening there? Oh, did we lose Atra? It sounds like she may not be able to hear us.
We'll try to check back in with her here again.
Well, thousands of people in Baltimore have had their cars stolen, and now they're dealing with higher insurance premiums. How car thefts could impact your insurance, even if your car isn't stolen.
Oh, and just minutes ago, Las Vegas hotel union workers follow similar news coming out of Hollywood. What this means for you, that's right after the break. 9:11 is the time, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Hollywood's Actors Union reaches a tentative deal with studios, ending a strike that has really just clobbered the entertainment industry for months now.
Maybe I can get the next season of Bridgerton now. Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center. We all want to know when our favorite shows are coming back.
Yeah, that's the big question. First, though, you can now eat at the Bellagio because we're taking you live to, well, Vegas. I took you earlier there. This is actually Los Angeles, but the Culinary Works Union announced a tentative agreement minutes ago that covers about 25,000 workers at the major hotel chains on the Strip, MGM Resorts. There is planned strike starting tomorrow morning, and it looks like that was averted. This happening 9 hours after Hollywood, where they're celebrating here. This 118th day soap opera appears to be getting ready to re-enter stage left.
It's a seminal deal, and it's just an amazing time for our union. It really is.
Well, the SAG-AFTRA strike ending at 12:01 this morning, and according to union officials who say the tentative agreement will enable SAG-AFTRA members from every category to build substantial careers. Happy ending isn't official yet because it still needs to be ratified before it becomes official. But assuming that the pact gets the green light, we're told production of our favorite shows could resume in January, with some actors saying they can go back to the studios today. It's been a long time coming. If you remember, the actors walked off the set July 14th with numerous complaints toward Hollywood execs, including the use of artificial intelligence and streaming services pay scales. Hollywood actors and previous writer strikes sent money internationally by the billions. Again, tentative deal now reached earlier this morning for both Vegas and also Hollywood, too. So some good news coming. They just need to get the pen on the paper and sign it. I guess they probably just type it right now, right? That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the events happening today in our region.
At 10 this morning, grocery outlet Bargain Market is opening their newest store in Glen Burnie, creating 35 new jobs in the community. That is happening on Mountain Road.
Then at 11:30, Fort Meade will host a Veterans Day observance ceremony in the atrium of the Defense Information School. It is open to all active duty service members, retired military, DoD civilians, ID card holders, and family members and guests.
Then this evening at 5:30, Mayor Brandon Scott is expected to make a major announcement at the Downtown Partnership of Baltimore's annual meeting and 40th anniversary. Governor Wes Moore, along with Senators Ben Cardin and Chris Van Hollen, will also be in attendance.
And also happening today, Mayor Scott and city agencies will be outlining their efforts to prepare for the winter weather this upcoming snow season. That meeting will be happening at 12:30 p.m. Good to have a plan in action if and when that happens.
I'm enjoying the 70s, close to 80s today, though. Yeah. But as we are getting closer to seeing winter weather at some point in the next few months, electric and gas bills will likely get higher.
Geez, we're just laying it on thick. BGE issuing warnings to customers that they should check on their heating system now. Schedule any maintenance you need before you actually need it.
The company says that you can save about 2% on heating costs by turning your thermostat down just 1 degree. If you turn your thermostat down 10 degrees, they're saying that could save you about 10%. Now, luckily, we are still enjoying the warm weather, so we have some time to digest all this before the cold weather hits.
That seems hard to do. 72 seems kind of standard. To go to 62?
I said you're going to freeze, so I'm not sure about that. But meteorologist Justin Chambers says he hasn't turned on his heat at all this season, and
nothing yet. I did. It got real cold there for a bit. You stayed strong.
Yeah, we stayed strong. We just did extra blankets, extra cuddling. We were like, all right, we can do this. And then now it's a little game that we're playing. We had the windows open yesterday, definitely today. Thinking about grilling out this afternoon. December 2nd. That's going to be our first snowstorm. December 2nd. So go ahead and put that on your calendar right now. Yeah. So December 2nd. Go ahead and plan for it. We're going to get snow. It's a Saturday, yeah, so we're going to have some snow on a Saturday. So looking outside right now, looking at M&T Bank Stadium, overall, we're going to be seeing nice conditions this Sunday for the Baltimore Ravens taking on the Cleveland Browns. And overall, it's going to be a lot colder than what it was last Sunday. Here's a look at that HD radar. A few showers, rain showers that we're seeing just north of Hagerstown up into southern PA at this time. Overall, though, we are talking about the warming trend and that big warm front that is shuttling in that warmer air from the south ahead of the cold front that is to our west. So as that cold front moves in through the afternoon today, could get some more cloud cover, maybe a stray shower today, but really the rain doesn't move in until tomorrow. We're already going to be in the 60s by next hour. Remember, the average this time of year is 60 for our high. How about 79 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour at Owens Mills and across the region? Even in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour, if you're doing happy hour or grilling out, yeah, we're talking about temperature still hanging out in the low to mid 70s. Check these numbers here across Carroll and Baltimore counties in your neighborhoods. A lot of sevens. 7! Cockeysville right there, Towson at 77, 79 in Baltimore City. It's funny because Seinfeld and Friends both had an episode with the number 7 in it. So if you think about it right there. All right, mid to upper 60s here for New York and Philly today, upper 70s in Baltimore, 81 in the district, 83 in Richmond this afternoon. And then those numbers are going to be dropping off back into the 50s here as we head into this upcoming weekend. So we'll go from above average to below average. Cold front coming through this afternoon. Again, could see a stray shower or two along that frontal boundary tomorrow morning. Waking up with some wet weather, a few showers here and there. Rain stays with us through about noon into the 1 o'clock hour on Friday, but should move out of here by Friday afternoon. And we're not talking about a big drought-busting rain, just a few of those showers that will be with us. Shout out to Helen H. in Catonsville. Look at sweet Eliza, that collie with the ear of corn. If you look closely, collie is ready for Thanksgiving. So thank you very much, Helen. That is a great shot from Catonsville. Love getting your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. 2 weeks from today, my friends, we'll be talking about football, family, and food. All right, speaking of football, got great football weather this weekend. It's going to be cooler, though. Tailgating on Sunday morning, only a high of 53 Sunday afternoon, but nice dry conditions for the Ravens, and then a little bit warmer next week.
7, isn't that what George Costanza wanted to name a kid? Is that right? Yeah. The Ravens defense has exceeded expectations this year. 13 players have at least 1 sack. And as a unit, Mike McDonald's group has the fewest points against the opposition, averaging just 13.8 points per game. And for the first time in a while, this Ravens defense is getting the respect they feel like they deserve.
I feel like it's a long season. We still got a lot of games ahead. I feel like we are getting more respect, but I feel like it's still not the respect that we want. And honestly, we haven't accomplished the things that we want to accomplish yet. So I feel like there's a lot of respect out there to still be taken.
As long as we win, like I've said it weeks prior, like we can be the not so best defense or the best defense. As long as we winning, that's all that matters to me, and that's what matters to most of the guys in the locker room. But you know, you play the game to be the best at the end of the day.
Well, stick around for a full slate of college football happening this weekend. Utah and Washington go head-to-head at 3:30. 7 o'clock, West Virginia and Oklahoma kickoff. And then, to round out the night, USC and Oregon meet for the first time since 2020. Kickoff is at 10:30 p.m.
Then on Sunday, it's time for the NFL on Fox 45. The Ravens take on the Browns at 1 o'clock. And then the Commanders battle the Seahawks. After that, that's at 4:25. Well, everyone is Irish at the Irish Festival. Still ahead this morning, the foods you will only see at this weekend's Maryland's Irish Festival.
And the Baltimore Museum of Art has an exhibit celebrating centuries of women in art. And hey, great news, free entrance today. What? We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
9:25, from paintings to sculptures to drawings, the Baltimore Museum of Art is celebrating women artists.
Mark Clark has been checking out the exhibition going on right now. So much talent out there, Mark. Good morning.
That's right. Speaking of talent, Merdice Badola will be speaking this evening. As you can see, a work of art. Merdice, so what are we going to talk about tonight?
Well, Mark, thank you. We are here at the Baltimore Museum of Art in the Making Her Mark exhibition, which explores the work of women from the 1400s to the 1800s. And an extension of that show is my conversation with Tawny Chapman. The title of our program is Risk-Taking Women in the Arts, and we're going to be talking about our role in the contemporary art movement.
I love it, and I think we're excited because admission tonight is free. There's no excuse. This is a one-of-a-kind exhibit across the country, across the world, shoot. Yes. And I'm so glad to see that you're going to be a part of it. And again, who should come tonight?
Everyone should come tonight. We're celebrating the genius entrepreneurship of women. I'm a gallery owner. I own Gallery Mertiz here in Baltimore. Tawny is one of the artists that I represent, so we're going to be talking about our relationship in the arts, celebrating the women in this exhibition and their genius and creativity, and that's what the conversation will center around this evening.
Exciting times again, Baltimore. This is an opportunity to not only be so proud of Baltimore, but also see amazing people who are doing great things, and this is a great exhibit. Thank you so much for your time, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for
look around
highlighting
more.
us.
I know.
The exhibition is really extraordinary.
I know. So Kitty's capturing a lot of the images. I heard you say that, Megan and Patrice. I mean, it's amazing. The whole exhibit is amazing, and it's really like, again, one of the biggest ones in the world. So if you have time, come out and take full advantage of this amazing space.
All right, we're going to let people know how to do that. We put all the information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we're going to see temperatures in the upper 70s, if not 80s this afternoon. But what about Sunday, when the Ravens host the Browns at the Bank? Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that game day forecast coming up.
Jury deliberations begin this morning in Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains how long deliberations could take and what the timing could mean. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Friday Eve. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with how the weekend's looking.
We've all been talking about how November has been odd, to say the least, with our numbers, right? Because we had temperatures that were in the 70s, we've had 50s, we've kind of been all over the place. And yesterday, 63, it was a very nice afternoon. A little hazy right now. We're still getting a little bit of that influence from the wildfires in Virginia. But our Mile 1 Auto Group cam does show a lot of sun that is out there. And statewide, our numbers mainly are in the mid to upper 50s now. Westminster down to Baltimore at 57, almost 60 in Annapolis, and 61 for you in Chestertown, the Eastern Shore. Down through Salisbury, even warmer down there. Now, on your yard and gardening cast, if you want to do some stuff outdoors, anything today, we're talking mid to upper 70s. Some of us will sneak into the 80-degree range. And if we do hit 79, that's going to break a record set back in 1994. The high was 78 that day. 51 tonight, or only in the 50s tomorrow. We got the rain that's on the way and much cooler conditions as we head into Veterans Day weekend. So we'll take a little closer look at that. Plus, coming up in a few minutes, the 10-day forecast.
Thank you, Justin. The fate of Marilyn Mosby's perjury trial is now in the hands of the jury. Deliberations are set to begin this morning.
Olivia Dance joins us live with how closing arguments unfolded from both sides and then how long these deliberations could last. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, that's exactly right. The jury is set to start deliberations this morning, and if convicted, Marilyn Mosby faces up to 5 years in prison for each perjury charge. Now, Fox 45 News spoke with attorney Kurt Nachman, who's not affiliated with this case, about how long deliberations could take and what the timing could mean. Take a listen to what he said.
Any amount of time that is longer than, say, a day is going to be something that is definitely going to go into the favor of Ms. Mosby. If the jury deliberation stretches any length of time beyond tomorrow, I would say, in my experience, you usually say a day of deliberation for a day of trial testimony. So if we go any longer than tomorrow, though, for the simplicity of this case, I would say that's a win for the defense.
After 3 days of witness testimony, cross-examination, and closing arguments, the jury now has the case. Marilyn Mosby ultimately choosing not to take the stand, all while whether the jury believes Mosby's travel business had real losses remains at the heart of these charges. Going through Mosby's financial records, prosecutors say that Mosby's trips that she claimed were related to her business, Mahogany Elite, were actually personal trips for Miss Mosby. And because Mosby's travel business that she described publicly were designed to offer chances for underserved black families to travel, had no clients or expenses, prosecutors argued the business was not operational. By contrast, Mosby's defense team argues that Mosby had plans to first run a women's retreat business. Then her team says she shifted to family travel as a long-term venture during the pandemic. But based on advice from her spokesperson at the time, Mosby publicly said her businesses would not be operational while she was in office. Making one final pitch to the jury, Mosby's defense team claiming Mosby believed her future losses from not having her travel business running during the pandemic meant that she qualified to withdraw money from her retirement account. Ultimately, prosecutors got in the last word, saying that Marilyn Mosby is guilty of perjury. But of course, now it will be up to the jury to make the final decision. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
In a city in crisis, the Baltimore Police Department shares its quarterly crime update in front of the Baltimore City Council. They revealed that homicides are down 21% and non-fatal shootings down 7%. But police are concerned about a rise in auto theft, seeing more than 9,500 so far this year. That is more than a 200% increase from this time last year.
The Baltimore City Council is also looking to find solutions for the ongoing car theft crisis in the city. Police say more than 38% of those arrested in connection to car thefts are juveniles, and many of them are arrested multiple times for the very same crime. But only 2/3 of those suspects are reported to the Department of Juvenile Services. And then just 5% end up serving time in a DJS facility. The rest receive probation, have charges pending, or have their charges dismissed. The City Council put a spotlight on those numbers, saying that change is not possible without consequences.
Baltimore City, we are failing our young people. And if we're not getting the job right, and they see that we're acting a fool, and we're not taking them seriously, they're not going to take us seriously.
We are having a crisis around young people that are committing very violent crimes, being arrested, and then not being fully held accountable.
Concerned Baltimore residents also testified, saying they fear for their safety amid the spike in teen car thefts.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy, and no one has done anything about them.
My biggest fear is being carjacked with my children in the car. And what am I supposed to do when 6 to 8 youth surround my car? What am I supposed to do? I can't fight back. What if they shoot me? What if they hurt me? What are my children supposed to do? We need to stop this and hold these kids accountable.
Amid fears over stolen cars in the city, Baltimore residents are also grappling with a surge in their insurance rates. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a look at the costs being passed down to the victims. Shannon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Patrice, as the number of stolen cars here in the city rises, so do insurance rates. So you're probably already paying a hefty premium if you're lucky enough to be insured at all. On top of that, Commissioner Worley says only about 60% of the 10,000 cars stolen out of Baltimore so far this year have been recovered.
Let's take an average vehicle cost of $20,000, right? That's $200 million worth of new vehicles purchased in Baltimore City.
So that's millions of dollars passed on to the victim, according to Hayward Howard, who's the senior vice president of Murray, Dunley and Parr Insurance. Now, he says they're seeing average increases in the 10 to 12% range, and there's no expectation that increases in premiums will subside. And it's not just increased premiums we're seeing. Some insurance companies are deciding not to underwrite a policy in Baltimore altogether.
As insurers decide to leave certain jurisdictions altogether, you're creating an environment that is lacking competition.
Companies like Progressive and State Farm, that sometimes they are opting not to insure Hyundai and Kias altogether in major cities because of the rash of thefts on those vehicles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Possible major student protest in just a few minutes as dozens or even thousands of high schoolers could be walking out in the DMV.
We are 9 days into November, but it will feel more like May with temperatures in the 70s this afternoon. We're going to let you know if that warm weather will stick around for Sunday's Ravens game. Justin will have that in his full forecast. 9:38 is the time.
New images this morning from Israeli Defense Forces tightening their grip on Gaza City and targeting Hamas's underground infrastructure.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we're seeing. Tom?
Yeah, familiar scene right here. He's taking you live to Gaza, and you can see the strip in the background. Still plumes of smoke coming up as bombing or the war continues there. You can still just see it right there. Every once in a while, you'll see a flash of light, and then it follows by some smoke that's coming off screen. I want to take you to a video that was just out by the Israeli Defense Force, and let me take this full for you here so you can see what we're talking about. Israel combat engineers exposing and destroying Hamas's extensive underground tunnel system that goes down hundreds of feet. Taking you there earlier, the IDF posting this video, writing water and oxygen storage inside those tunnels indicates Hamas preparations. They're pointing out car batteries right there for ventilation systems for prolonged stays underground. We're told 130 of those entrances have been destroyed so far, and they think they're just scratching the surface. We're also learning thousands of Palestinians were able to flee from northern Gaza again yesterday through the one-way passage set up by Israel to enter the south region of Gaza. You see this right here, traveling miles on foot. There's still growing calls this morning for a humanitarian pause in the Israeli strikes, a war pause that could bring 3 days of relief for civilians who are still trapped there or choose to stay there. Those negotiations underway as we speak. In fact, they happened this morning. And let me take you to earlier footage that we have of French President Emmanuel Macron. And these were some of the talks. And there was a bunch of different dignitaries from all over the world that were actually sitting down, having a communication here, trying to figure out Western and Arab nations all joined in with the United Nations, even non-governmental organizations taking part in Gaza Aid Conference. French President Macron opening things up, and that happened about 3 hours ago now, saying that all lives have equal worth. You're also taking a look at 3 U.S. fighter jets. These are F-15s conducting an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria. It's used by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. Now, I want to take you back to one other location here. Let me show you something, too, that we have here. This is something that's starting this morning with our Sinclair sister station out Washington, D.C., where thousands of high school students plan on walking out and protest the war in the Middle East at 10 this morning. And they are following a few weeks of protests for both Palestinian and Israeli efforts. This peaceful walkout by the students is designed to show their support to stop the fighting. And they say, those students say, resolve the conflicts without any more death. School officials say they will be following the student handbook and safety guidelines and attendance guidelines here. And they put out an issue to parents just last night saying they will be watching as these students. It can be anywhere, they say, from dozens to thousands of students in the DMV. But of course, we'll continue following that. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
All right, Tom, thank you. Temperatures in the 70s today, but tomorrow brings cooler temperatures and maybe even some rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking some potentially wet weather in his full forecast.
If you're picking up good vibrations, it's no coincidence. The emitters of California Sound are coming to Charm City. After the break, when and where you can see them live. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:46 now. In true Irish fashion, maybe you think of potatoes, and if that's the case, we are delivering today. Joining us this morning to whip up some Irish potatoes, a Guinness slider, and to talk about the Maryland Irish Festival, President of Irish Charities of Maryland, Jim Faraci. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
There's so much going on, so many smells.
Yes.
Let's just get right into it.
Okay, so I will get right into it. So what we have here is we have the Champ, the mashed potatoes. So Champ was basically developed. The history of Champ is...
That's the name of the potatoes, Champ?
That's what it's called.
Okay.
And it was put together because of the political upheavals and the famine. So people would make Champ because there's lots of potatoes.
What's that you just poured into them, though?
That was just butter and milk.
Okay. That's a lot of butter.
Yeah,
it's going to be good.
It's going to be more.
So, okay, talk about, they're finished with the history?
Yeah, so they would make Champ because it was nutritious.
Okay.
And that was basically the only thing they really had to eat. They didn't have a lot of meat. They didn't, so it was like you had to eat what was available.
What was there? There you go.
So,
all right.
So it's a traditional Irish dish.
And then let's talk about Guinness sliders, because I was saying, well, how do you make that? But I'm guessing you just pour a lot of Guinness into something?
It's an au jus, which is a beef au jus that I make. And put this in here because you got to have lots of butter.
Well, let me ask you also, while you're finishing up with the sliders, because I don't want to run out of time.
No.
Tell me about the festival. What happens there?
The festival, this is our 49th year.
Okay.
So we have
awesome.
3 stages of music that alternate. We have lots of vendors. We have, I think, 41 vendors this year.
Oh, big.
We have, yes, and we have Irish culture from the embassy in D.C.
Okay.
So we have a lot of things that we'll bring in and have people remember their heritage.
Okay, can I see the final slider? And while you're putting that together, where is the event and how do I get tickets?
Okay, tickets you can get online.
Okay.
We have, you buy your tickets online, there's no fees. They are, we use a service that doesn't charge a fee for anybody buying their tickets. If we sell our tickets for $18, we get the $18.
Okay,
You don't pay a fee, we don't pay a fee.
All right, well, I'm going to eat some sliders and have some Champ, and there's drinks even. I'm not going to wash it down with a drink. I'm still on the clock.
Still on the clock.
Irish Festival this weekend. Jim, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers, you're jealous. You were over here sniffing. I already saw it. The corner of my eye.
There's food, there's potatoes, there's sliders. Hey, it's all inside too. Is that correct, sir? Everything's inside?
4 acres under roof in the Cow Palace building.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because tomorrow night, the rain should be gone by tomorrow night. It's going to be raining during the day for the most part on Friday, but then that rain is going to be moving out of here. And Jasmine and I were just looking backstage, talking about the #1 side dish for Thanksgiving. Mashed potatoes. Can you believe it? I mean, I thought stuffing would be #1, but apparently, according to that survey, it's mashed potatoes. So we love those taters. Potatoes. 57 your temp at BWI, Thurgood Marshall right now. Wind is picking up a little bit out of the southwest at 8 to 10 miles an hour, and we'll see more of that kind of southerly and then the southwesterly wind, especially as this cold front makes its way closer to us. We're getting a couple of light showers in Morgantown, West Virginia, and some of the mountains of western Maryland, and just to the north of us up in Pennsylvania. But overall, it's that warmer air that is moving in ahead of our next weather maker, that big strong cold front coming in for the late this afternoon. And even with that, we could see a couple of light showers around through the middle part of the day today. But it's really tomorrow that the rain comes in. Hank's excited for food. Yeah, I think Hank is a little Irish, just a smidge. So 57 this hour, 73 by noontime. We'll be in the mid to upper 70s, so well above average temperatures. The record high for the day is 78 degrees. So I think we're going to break that number, at least at BWI. 78 in Columbia, almost 80 in Laurel. Eastern Shore, you're in the low to mid 70s, even mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air. Overall, a very nice afternoon. Again, a bit breezy at times, so pilots, if you're going to be out there flying today, we are looking at a VFR day, visual flight rules, broken about 6,000 with breezy conditions through the afternoon. Now, the temperatures come down significantly tomorrow. 57, that's it for our high on Friday. And then Saturday looks a little bit better, but notice Sunday that dip again with even cooler numbers by the time we get into Sunday afternoon for the Ravens game. So just be aware of that. That cold front's coming through this afternoon. Again, a couple of stray showers are going to be possible, but most of the rain is early tomorrow morning, taking you through the middle of the day tomorrow afternoon. And again, by tomorrow night, that rain moves out of here and we're dry for the weekend. So here's your 7-day forecast. 79 today, 57 tomorrow, upper 50s for Veterans Day on Saturday. Cooler but dry for the Ravens game, and then a little bit warmer as we head toward next week. And stick around. We're going to add 3 days to the 7-day, and that equals 10. Yeah, I can do math.
Get ready to have fun, fun, fun. We are picking up good vibrations today as the Beach Boys are performing tomorrow right here in Baltimore. And joining us live this morning, original Beach Boy member Mike Love joining us. Mike, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Well, good morning. It's great to be on the program with you.
I don't know if you remember, Mike, you might, but probably about 35 years ago, I saw you perform live in Pittsburgh, and it was my first concert that I ever went to.
What, did your mom take you in a perambulator, a baby buggy or something?
And it was spectacular. Beach balls all over the place. I mean, your concerts for generations have just been fun.
Yeah, well, we've always tried to accentuate the positive, and things are tough in life, and we figured, why sing about those things? Let's sing about things that make us happy.
And now you're coming to Baltimore to spread it. So where are you performing tomorrow?
The Hall at Live in Hanover. And I think it's not too far from the BWI airport.
Yep. And is there still one song that you love singing? What's your favorite?
Well, probably Good Vibrations is right up there because, it was so unique in the 60s. And when it came out in Great Britain, we were voted the #1 group in Great Britain, #2 being